Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
In the wild far north, a search team found an abandoned snow camp, a dead fire, and a cooking pot with a human skull inside. Up there on the edge of the Arctic, that is already enough to haunt a person for the rest of their life. But for the men who rode out across the ice that morning, that was just the beginning. Before they reached that camp, all 4 snow machines died at the exact same second. The engines cut, the radios went dead, even the wind seemed to hold its breath. One moment there was the roar of engines and the scrape of treads on snow, and the next, nothing. A silence so heavy they could hear their own hearts beating under their parkas. When the noise came back, they told themselves it was just a glitch. Just bad wiring, just cold metal playing tricks. They followed the tracks anyway. Boot prints half filled by blowing snow. 2 deep grooves where a sled had been dragged mile after mile across the ice. They thought they were going to find survivors, or at least bodies. What they found instead was a campsite that looked like its owners had stepped away a few minutes earlier. Tents still standing. Ropes, still tied gear, scattered. And in the middle, over a blackened ring of snow, the dented metal pot with the lid resting just a little crooked. One of them lifted it. Tonight's story is not just about what was inside that pot. It is about who those men were, what drove them out onto the ice in the first place, and why years later, and thousands of miles away, someone standing at a kitchen window in the suburbs would start hearing that same impossible silence, and the faint crunch of boots on snow where there was no snow at all. Chapter 1. The night the noise cut out. 1.1. Night shift at the edge of the world. I am not going to use my real name here. If you hear this read on a channel somewhere, just call me Mark. That is close enough for what this story is. I am in my early 40s now, and I am supposed to say things like it was a long time ago, and I have put it behind me, but that would be a lie. This happened when I was 32, and in some very specific ways, I do not feel any older than I did that winter. I just feel more worn down by the same memory. Let me get one thing out of the way up front. I am not sending this to the police. There is no crime scene left to investigate, nothing they can arrest, nothing they can fix. I am sending it to a horror channel because I need this to be heard by people who understand that not every bad thing leaves evidence you can tape off with yellow plastic. Some things just leave a sound, or the lack of it stuck in your head. If you work nights for long enough, you know the sound of your building better than you know your own heartbeat. You can tell who just walked in by the way the door seals hiss and slam. You know the exact pitch of the fridge when it is healthy, and the way the heater fan starts to whine a week before it dies. That is where this starts for me. Not with what I saw, but with what I stopped hearing for a few seconds in the middle of a shift on the north slope of Alaska. Back then I was doing 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off rotations up north. We were a contractor that kept a tiny airstrip open and a stretch of ice road graded for the oil outfits. I was the night shift mechanic, which is a fancy way of saying I got paid to freeze my ass off while trying to get iron to cooperate in temperatures it was never meant for. We slept in stacked modular trailers. We worked out of glorified shipping containers with roll-up doors. The nearest town was a roomer in another time zone. Outside, the yard lights threw pools of sodium orange over everything, making the snow look dirty and old even when it was new. You could see the flakes swirl through the beams, then vanish into the black beyond. The wind never really stopped. It just pressed different parts of the camp at different times, so the corrugated metal walls creaked on one side then the other, like you were inside a giant tired ship. Inside, the whole place vibrated with the constant low growl of the generators. It came up through the floor and lived in your bones, a steady animal sound you stopped consciously hearing after a while, but relied on all the same. In the break room, there was an ancient Coke machine that would groan and clatter randomly, like something was trying to escape inside it. The air always smelled like burned coffee grounds, microwaved burritos that someone had forgotten, and that stale chip and sweat funk that never fully leaves a room full of men. There was a cheap plastic clock screwed into the wall above the table. Red digital numbers, always a little too bright, that never quite lined up with my own sense of time. At 2 a.m, it felt like 4. At 4, it felt like the day would never come. Those numbers were how corporate measured your productivity. The noises were how your body measured whether you were still in the world. Night shift up there is held together by noise, the generator thrum underfoot, the grind of plows heading out, the constant whisper of the heater fans, the fridge compressor kicking on and off, somewhere always a radio muttering country music or talk shows through static, the clank of sockets in a metal tray, the squeal when a stubborn bolt finally gives. When all of that is running, you can pretend you are not on the edge of an empty map. What nobody tells you, what I had to learn the hard way, is how terrifying it is when all of that stops at the same time. The night it happened was early March. Up there, that can mean anything from miserable to you should not be outside at all, but this particular night was what we called normal brutal. Wind sharp enough to strip exposed skin in minutes. Temperatures low enough that your nose hairs froze when you stepped outside. Nothing special. Just another night. It was sometime around 4 a.m. I know that because I remember glancing at the clock in the shop and thinking, great, only 2 more hours, and I can go pretend to sleep. I was in the small bay we called the garage, which makes it sound bigger than it was. Picture a steel box with a roll-up door, a space heater rattling in the corner, a tool chest, and one hulking yellow loader squeezed inside like it had grown there. I was up on the side of that loader with a wrench in my hand, tightening a clamp on a coolant line. Every little sound was magnified in the cold metal echoes of that box. The click, click, click of the ratchet, the faint squeak of my insulated coveralls every time I shifted my weight. My breath fogging the air under my face shield. Somewhere behind me, an old radio sat on the bench, tuned to a classic rock station out of Fairbanks or maybe Anchorage. The signal faded in and out with the weather, so the songs came with a layer of static and occasional ghost voices. The heater fan was blowing a steady stream of lukewarm air at my back. The fridge that we kept in the corner for drinks and leftovers hummed steadily. I remember a point in the song where the singer was dragging out a word, one long note, and then nothing. The radio cut off mid-syllable like someone had pinched the sound line in half. The fridge compressor stopped with a tiny shudder I could feel more than hear. The heater fan didn't wind down so much as drop out. For 2, maybe 3 seconds, everything in that garage went dead quiet. I do not mean pretty quiet. I mean it was like somebody had taken the whole world, put it on mute, and forgotten to tell me. No hum, no whine, no distant wind leaking through the gaps. Just absence. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, a dull thud. There was a pressure that came with it, the same kind of squeeze you feel deep in your head when a plane is descending too fast, or you drive up a mountain too quickly. It made my eyes feel wrong, like I was underwater. I froze with the wrench in my hand, half expecting to hear a bang or a shout or something to explain it. Instead, The silence just hung there, thick and unnatural, stretching longer than it had any right to. For a second, I had this insane feeling that if I spoke, nothing would come out of my mouth. Then, as suddenly as it had started, everything snapped back. The radio jumped from silence into the middle of a guitar solo. The fridge gave a little cough and started humming again. The heater fan whined as it spun back up to speed. The metal walls creaked as if they had been holding their breath, and finally let it out. It all happened at once, like someone somewhere had flipped a switch that controlled every sound in that box. I let out a breath I did not remember holding. My chest hurt. There was a stupid, thin laugh in my throat before I even thought about it. "Morning to you too, sweetheart," I said to the wall, meaning the generator on the other side of it. Talking out loud to machines was something you did up there, or you went crazy faster. At the time, I filed it under weird glitch. Power these far north does what it wants sometimes. I tapped the coolant clamp one more time, satisfied, and climbed down from the loader. My fingers ached inside my gloves. My toes were starting to go numb. I decided I had earned another cup of bad coffee. If I had paid attention to how wrong that silence felt, how it pressed against my eardrums from the inside, maybe what came after would not have hit me so hard. Maybe I would have walked into the office and woken someone up, or called ops and made a pest of myself. Instead, I wiped my hands on a rag, rolled my shoulders to work the stiffness out, and headed for the break room to warm up and wake up a little. I was not thinking about anything except caffeine when I opened that door and walked toward the little window over the sink. 1.2. The line on the ice. The hallway between the shop and the break room was barely 10 steps long, but it always felt colder than either end, like the wind somehow snuck in and got trapped there. My steel-toed boots rang on the grated floor, that hollow metallic echo that bounced off the narrow walls and followed you. The door at the far end had one of those heavy industrial latches that like to stick in the cold. I put my shoulder into it and shoved. The break room greeted me with the usual assault on the senses. The fluorescent light overhead buzzed a harsh insect whine that made the corners of the room feel sharper. The old Coke machine in the corner let out a mechanical groan just as I came in, like it was complaining about having to exist another night. Somewhere under the floor, the generator's endless low growl was still there, reassuring and ugly at the same time. The heater on the far wall ticked and popped as it cycled, trying to convince this metal box it was a real room. The smell hit next: old coffee, new coffee, whatever. The last guy had microwaved a faint sour note of sweat and wet socks that never quite left. One of the plastic tables had a ring of dried chili around a styrofoam bowl someone had abandoned. My mug, a chipped white thing with a faded trucking company logo on it, sat upside down beside the big metal coffee urn. I flipped it over, worked the urn's handle, and listened to the thin stream of dark liquid hiss into the bottom of the cup. It smelled burnt bitter, but that was part of the ritual. You did not drink coffee up there because it was good. You drank it because it was hot, and it gave you something to hold on to. Mug in hand, I drifted toward the sink under the small window. It was a habit as much as anything. You stand, you sip, you stare outside for a minute and remind yourself that there is still a world beyond steel walls and orange light. At first, all I saw in the glass was myself. My reflection floated in the dark, pain-tired eyes behind safety glasses, face half shadowed by the fluorescent glare above me, shoulders rounded under my coveralls. Beyond that, a ghost of a yard light, a smudge of white. The break room light was too bright. The outside might as well have been ink. I took a sip of coffee and grimaced. It tasted like someone had wrung it out of a dish rag. I shifted my stance, angling my body a little, cupping my hand around the side of my face to kill the worst of the reflection. Slowly, as my eyes adjusted and the light behind me seemed to recede, the outside began to come into focus. The yard lights cut circles out of the dark, fading to gray at the edges, and then nothing. The snow beyond gleamed dull and flat, broken here and there by shadowy mounds of plowed drifts. Beyond the last light, there was only that arctic nothing, a black horizon, and the suggestion of more white beyond it. And then just where the last circle of light bled out into the dark, I saw it. A line. It was thin, darker than the snow, but lighter than the true black beyond. At first I thought it was a crack in the ice or maybe the edge of a low ridge. The way the campus floodlights hit the snow sometimes carved shadows that looked like solid things. I squinted, shifting my weight, trying to catch a better angle. The line moved, not all at once. It wasn't like it slid across the field as a single piece. It rippled. Parts of it seemed to ease forward while other parts lagged. If it had been a fence, it would have been falling down. If it had been a shadow, it would have belonged to something I could not see. I frowned, put my mug on the edge of the sink with a little clink, and pushed my face closer to the glass. My breath fogged it up, immediately ghosting the view. I wiped it away with my sleeve. The line was still there, easing, shivering, crawling its way sideways across the faint boundary between light and dark. Shadow of a drift, I muttered to myself. Snow fence. Something. Saying it out loud did not make it behave any more like those things. The more I watched, the clearer it became that I was not looking at anything solid. It was articulated, segmented. It had joints. Whatever it was remained just at that distance where the eye keeps thinking, if I just focus a little harder, I will get it. My gut knew before my brain did that I needed more than my own squint to make sense of it. The binoculars. I abandoned the window and stepped back into the hallway. The shift in sound was instant. The break room's buzzing, groaning, ticking receded, replaced by the bare metallic echo of my boots on the grate. I walked a little faster than I meant to the image of that moving line tugging at me. The locker room was only a few doors down a narrow space lined with metal lockers, dented and stickered with years of boredom relief. Inside, the light was dimmer, softer. I went straight to the top shelf above my locker and felt around until my fingers closed on old plastic. The binoculars were exactly where I had left them, a scuffed army surplus pair with rubber eye cups that had started to crack from the cold. They smelled faintly of dust machine oil and that undefinable locker room tang. I glanced up at the digital clock bolted above the benches. 4:32 a.m. The numbers glowed red, too bright in the low room. For some reason, I repeated the time in my head twice, like I might need to remember it later for a form. Then I was back in the break room, pushing the heavy door open with my shoulder, the fluorescent buzz loud again. My mug still sat by the sink, coffee cooling a little dribble of it, inching toward the drain. My heart had picked up speed. I told myself it was just the walk, just the caffeine. I lifted the binoculars, thumbed the stiff focus wheel out of habit, and pressed the cold rubber to my eyes as I turned toward the window. I made the mistake of leaving them zoomed in all the way. Instead of a horizon, instead of a vague line, I was nose to nose with a face. For a split second, the glass was filled with nothing but eyes. They were sunk deep into a pale, wind-burned face ringed with raw, reddened skin. Frost clung to the lashes and the edges of the brows. Above them, a hood rim lined in stiff, icy fur framed it like a halo of needles. A beard, stiff with ice, fuzzed the lower half of the face. The eyes themselves were not wide in shock or narrowed in anger. They were just empty. Hollow, like someone had taken whatever made them human and scooped it out, leaving only this dull, grayish stare. I yelped. The sound jumped out of me high and undignified before I could stop it. The binoculars slipped in my hand, swung on their strap, and smacked me in the chest hard enough to knock a grunt out of me. Behind me, my coffee mug rattled against the stainless steel sink. I took a step back, pulse hammering. The room snapped into sharp focus around me again, the Coke machine groaning, the heater ticking. My cheeks burned not from the cold, but from the sheer stupidity of scaring myself with my own gear. "Get it together," I muttered. "You're jumping at your own toys now." I sucked in a breath, forced it out slowly, feeling ridiculous and wired at the same time. Then I lifted the binoculars again, this time deliberately rolling the focus wheel back, zooming out, giving myself enough field of view to make sense of what I was seeing. The world outside the window leapt into clarity. The line I had seen became what it really was, a column of people. There were maybe 20, maybe 25 of them. It was hard to count, with the way they bunched and stretched as they moved. They were strung out in a rough, single-file, dark figures against the scuffed white of the ice and snow. Each one was wrapped in some kind of heavy parka hoods, up shoulders, hunched against the cold. The sounds of the room dimmed as I focused. The fluorescent buzz shrank to a thin whine. The generator's low rumble sank into the floor. My own breathing got louder in my ears, rushing in and out, fogging the lenses slightly with every exhale. None of them walked right. Their strides were uneven, jerky. One would lurch forward in 3 quick steps, then seem to hesitate, teeter, before dragging a foot through the snow. Another leaned so hard on what looked like a makeshift staff that every step looked like it might be his last. A couple of them had a kind of shuffle, like their boots were too heavy, or they had forgotten how to pick their feet up properly. They did not move like a trained team on a mission. They moved like people who had been pushed past the edge of whatever their bodies had been built to endure. They did not move like they were together either. There was no talking that I could see, no heads turning to check on the person behind or in front. They all faced forward, chests barely rising under layers of fabric. Any communication that might have been happening did not reach their eyes. Their faces, those I could see beneath frost-bitten hoods, were wrong in a way it took me a moment to put into words. Dark crescents bloomed under their eyes, bruised and sunken, the kind you see on people who have not slept in days and have been sick for longer. Their eyebrows and lashes were full of ice-tiny crystals that made their blinking slow and sticky. Lips were cracked and pale split in places that looked painful even from a distance. Their mouths hung open, some just a little, some wider, like a puppet left mid-word. It did not look like gasping for air. There was no visible fog of breath puffing out. It looked like the muscles that remembered how to close their mouths had gone on strike. The gear they wore should have been reassuring. A lot of it looked top-of-the-line, bright orange expedition suits with reflective stripes, navy blue parkas, with taped seams logos I dimly recognized from catalogs that cost more than my truck. Gloves with thick, curved fingers. Hoods with wired brims. In another context, I would have pegged them as well-funded adventurers, the kind of people who paid a lot of money to go somewhere horrible and then brag about it. Out here at this hour, moving like that, they did not look brave or competent. They looked used up. They looked like props that had been left out in the weather too long. For a few seconds, I fell into watching the rhythm of their steps, the way the line undulated slowly as the column drifted across my field of view. It was almost hypnotic, the repeated lift and drop of boots, the bob of hoods. I might have stood there for 10 minutes, just observing them like some kind of human migration documentary, if my eyes had not snagged on something in the middle of the group. Two of the figures were not walking alone. They were hauling something. Behind them, cutting two parallel scars in the snow, was a long sled. Not the short kind you pull behind a snow machine, but one of those freight sleds you use when you need to move a lot of weight over bad terrain. It was piled high and covered with a bright blue tarp that was cinched down with ropes. Even at that distance, even through cheap glass and imperfect air, the shape under that tarp was wrong. It did not rise in neat, boxy angles like crates or fuel cans would. It sagged in the middle and bulged where it should have been flat. The surface had soft humps and hollows, as if whatever lay under there did not fit together well and had just been heaped into a pile. A corner of the tarp flapped loose for a moment as the sled jolted over an uneven patch, and for half a heartbeat, I thought I saw something pale and rounded press up against it from underneath before it fell back into place. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the air temperature in the room. All at once, the heater's noise, the Coke machine's groans, the generator's rumble faded to the back of my awareness. My world shrank to the small circle of vision inside those binoculars, and the steady but wrong motion of that line, and the sagging keel of that sled. I knew what expedition sleds looked like. I had never seen one sag like it was full of people. 1.3. The sled and the body. I do not know how long I stood there with the binoculars pressed to my face. Time on night shift is weird, even on a normal night. It stretches and folds, comes in waves. Staring out that window, it felt like I was looking through a tear in the world where clocks did not mean much. The line kept crawling along the edge of the light, that uneven, staggering procession. I tracked it slowly from left to right, letting the focus drift a little, and then tightening it again, like maybe if I adjusted it enough times, it would turn into something ordinary. It never did. I was following one of the figures near the back when it happened. This one was slimmer than the others, parka's not as bulky hood a little lower. The tread of their boots left slightly lighter impressions in the snow, little details my brain grabbed onto because it wanted this to be anything but what it was. They took one step, then another, then their knee buckled. It did not look dramatic. There was no flailing, no arms thrown wide. The leg just did not catch their weight, and they dropped onto it like someone had quietly cut a string inside them. The rest of the line kept moving for a second, and the fallen figure was still technically upright, one knee and one foot in the snow torso bent forward. They stayed like that, half right, half wrong. I realized I was holding my breath again. Somewhere behind me, the fridge let out a tired sigh and cycled off. The change was small, but it pulled a layer of sound out of the room, leaving a thinner, sharper silence humming against my eardrums. The fluorescent light ticked faintly overhead, each little electric pop suddenly distinct. Out on the ice, the figure on their knee swayed. It was subtle at first, just a slow drift of their upper body, like they were trying to will themselves back up, but their center of gravity had other plans. Their head dipped forward, then jerked back, then dipped again. The line of their shoulders wobbled. The whole time the column kept flowing around them, bodies passing on either side, the sled tracks cutting closer. Then their balance gave up. They tipped sideways, slow, almost graceful, and hit the snow on their hip, then their shoulder. One arm sprawled out at a wrong angle. The hood shifted, showing a flash of something pale where a cheek might be. There was no flinch, no attempt to catch themselves. They just fell and stayed where they landed. They did not move again. My brain did this automatic triage it always does when you see someone go down. Drunk, hurt, frostbite, they will get up. Someone will stop. Somebody will turn around, wave, yell. There will be reaction. People will break pattern because that is what living people do when someone collapses in front of them. Nobody did. The line did not halt or bunch up. It parted around the fallen shape like a river splitting around a rock. The figures just ahead of where they had dropped kept their heads forward, their shoulders hunched. The ones just behind stepped a little wider, boots skirting the shape in the snow without a glance. All but two. The men hauling the sled, if they were men, if that is what you want to call them, slowed. You could see the ropes in their gloved hands slacken as they let the sled draw closer to the fallen body. Then they stopped completely, and for a second, the entire column seemed to pivot around that point, like the spine of some long, broken animal. The first sled puller planted his feet and held his position, bracing against the weight behind him. The second let go of his rope and walked around to the back of the sled. I felt something cold crawl up my arms under my sleeves. He reached for the tarp. From that distance, the motion looked almost lazy. He grabbed the corner of the blue fabric where it was bunched and pulled. The tarp peeled back stiff in the cold and sagged open. Whatever was underneath pressed up against it from within, shifting as gravity took over. Through the binoculars, the inside of the sled came into focus in jump cuts. A flash of dark green fabric twisted around a pale shape. A sleeve bent double over something that looked like a shoulder. A boot sticking up at an angle that made my own ankle throb in sympathy. It was like someone had thrown a pile of mannequins into a trough and covered them badly. Except mannequins do not have fingers stuck in that rigid half-curl or the suggestion of nails at the end of them. One bare hand, God, I wish it had been gloved, but it was not hung over the side. The skin looked waxy, even from here stretched tight. The fingers did not droop like a relaxed hand. They pointed stiff, frozen mid-motion. Frost crystals glittered in the creases. I bit down on the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted iron. For a second, the edges of my vision dimmed. Training my mind threw up desperately. They're training. Those are dummies. Cold weather recovery drill. This is some heavily funded, very weird training exercise. The words did not have weight. They clattered around uselessly against what my eyes were giving me. The sled puller by the tarp stepped away from the heap of limbs and coats and walked over to the body lying in the snow. Up close, the fallen figure looked smaller somehow, as if hitting the ground had taken even more out of them. One arm lay flung out, glove half immersed in powder. The hood had fallen back just enough to show a patch of hair crusted with ice. The man, or whatever part of him was in charge, did not kneel or check for a pulse. He bent down, grabbed the fallen one by the hood or collar, it was hard to tell with all the layers, and dragged. The body slid through the snow like it weighed nothing. No resistance, no flailing limbs trying to find purchase. Just a limp shape leaving a shallow furrow behind it as it moved. A trail of churned-up snow marked the short distance between where they had fallen and where the sled waited. When he reached the back of the sled, he gave a single practiced heave and lifted the body up and over the side, dumping it onto the others. The pile shifted again, settling to make room, the tarp flapping with the movement. He pulled the tarpaulin back over the heap, covering the bare hand and the bent boot. He took an extra second to smooth it down, patting it into place along the edge. The gesture was so ordinary, like tucking in bedding, like closing a cooler, that my stomach flipped. Then he walked back to the front of the sled, picked up his rope again, and leaned into the harness. The other puller shifted his stance, and together they dragged their burden forward. The tracks behind the runners deepened 2 parallel grooves, cutting through the thin crust of fresh snow. The line resumed its slow, broken march. In the break room, everything came back into painful focus around me. The fluorescent ballast ticked overhead, a nervous insect clicking sound that suddenly felt too loud. Somewhere inside the wall, I heard the faint, hollow glug of pipes as someone flushed a toilet in another part of the camp. The fridge compressor kicked back on with a shuddering hum, filling the small room with that familiar background thrum. Over all of it, loudest of all, was the sound of my own breathing. It rasped in and out through my nose, fogging the lenses of the binoculars in little bursts. Every exhale felt like it might somehow carry through the glass, fly across the dark, and reach those distant, shuffling figures. I swallowed hard. My tongue felt too big in my mouth, coated in that metallic tang you get when adrenaline dumps into your system. I tried the training story one more time in my head. Realistic dummies, high-end scenario, some survival camp on a field exercise gone too far. But even as I thought it, I could not shake the weightless way that body had slid the total slack in the limbs, the way the hand had hung. No dummy I had ever seen could sag like that. I lowered the binoculars just enough to see the wall phone mounted beside the doorway. My fingers felt clumsy on the strap as I let the glasses drop against my chest. For a moment, I just stood there, hand hovering between the window and the phone, like choosing one made the whole thing more real. Then I reached out and grabbed the receiver. The plastic was cool and a little sticky from years of greasy hands. I jabbed the code for ops with my thumb, listening to the distant ring buzz through the line. My pulse thudded in time with it. 1 ring, 2, 3. On the 4th, someone picked up with a sleepy-sounding operations. "It's Mark," I said, my voice coming out tighter than I expected. I did not bother with any radio call signs. Are we expecting anybody on foot out on the ice south-southwest of camp? I've got a group out here." There was a pause, the faint rustle of someone sitting up straighter. "On foot," the dispatcher repeated. "No convoys scheduled on foot. You sure you're not just seeing ambient, wildlife or, you know?" There was a half-hearted chuckle. "You been into the night shift coffee too hard again, man." I closed my eyes for a second, held onto the phone harder than necessary. "These are people," I said. 24, maybe. They've got a sled. I stopped myself before I said "threw a body on it." The words felt too crazy even for me. "They're not moving right. You need to get whoever's on duty to come look. Seriously. Bring binoculars." Another pause. I heard keys clicking like he was pulling up some schedule or map. "Okay," he said slowly. "Okay, I'll alert the super and come up there. Just stay put. Don't go outside. We'll take a look." "Yeah," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." I hung up without waiting for goodbye, the receiver hitting the cradle with a plastic clack that made me flinch. The room felt small. The window felt too big. I grabbed the binoculars again, like they were some kind of lifeline, and brought them back to my eyes. Outside, the line had continued its slow, unnatural pilgrimage while I was turned away. It was a little farther along now, angling gently away from the camp, toward the faint, darker smudge on the horizon where the pack ice rose in low, frozen waves. The sled's tracks carved their double groove behind them like a signature. I followed them with the glasses, counting heads without meaning to, trying to see if they had noticed the lit windows of the camp. From this angle, it looked like they should have been able to see us, tiny rectangles of yellow in the dark. I wondered if any part of them still registered light that was not the dim gray twilight of the ice. Just as the last few figures were about to slip out of the main circle of the yard, one of them turned its head. The motion was small, but through the binoculars, it landed like a punch. The hood rotated just a fraction, and suddenly, instead of a profile, I was looking at the blunt front of the face. I could not make out details, too much frost, but I knew in that deep, wordless way that whoever was inside that hood was looking directly at the camp, directly at the break room window, directly at me. We stayed like that for maybe a heartbeat, maybe less. Then the head turned forward again, folding back into the curve of the line, and the whole column kept moving, shrinking slowly as it drifted toward the dark. From where I was standing, they looked close enough to see us and far enough away that no one was ever going to reach them in time. Chapter 2. The Pot Over the Dead Fire 2.1. Someone else sees them. I do not know how long I stood there watching them shrink. Long enough for my coffee to go stone cold in the mug by the sink. Long enough for my hands to start aching because I was gripping the binoculars too hard. Long enough for my brain to start quietly whispering that if no one else saw this, if no one else backed me up, it was going to live in that part of my memory people call a bad dream and never touch again. The phone call to Ops bought me one promise someone else was coming. I heard him before I saw him. Heavy boots on the hallway grate that hollow clang getting closer. A muffled yawn, the rustle of a jacket being dragged on while walking. Then the break room door seal hissed as it was pulled open. The door itself hit its stop with a dull metal bang that shifted the air pressure in the room for a second, making my ears pop. "Dude," a voice said behind me, thick with sleep and irritation. "You better have a Yeti out there, or here." I did not look away from the window. I shoved the binoculars backwards over my shoulder, feeling the strap snag on my wrist. Just look. There was a pause, then the weight of the binoculars left my hand as someone else took them. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jeff step up beside me, rubbing his face with his free hand. His hair stuck out in static, flattened tufts where a beanie had been. His eyes were puffy, narrow slits in a tired face. "Ops said you saw something on foot," he said, bringing the binoculars up one-handed, still half on autopilot. "What, we got polar bears marching in formation now, or..." The joke died halfway out of his mouth. He had found them in the lenses faster than I had that first time. His shoulders stiffened. His free hand dropped away from his face and hung there, fingers flexed, like he was thinking about reaching for something that was not there. For a few seconds, the only sound in the room was the faint buzz of the light and the low, omnipresent rumble of the generator under our feet. Even that seemed to thin out as I watched his expression go from amused to confused to something tighter and uglier. "Why the hell are they on foot out there?" He muttered more to himself than to me. I swallowed. "You see the sled." He adjusted the focus wheel with his thumb, tracking the line along its path. From here they were farther away than when I had first caught them, edging deeper into that gray band beyond the yard light. The two deep grooves behind the pullers were still clear enough if you knew what you were looking at. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I see it." His voice had changed. The usual sarcasm had drained out, leaving something flat and unsettled. I watched his jaw tighten slightly, a muscle jumping near his temple. He followed them for another few beats, silent. I could tell the exact moment his view slid to the back of the sled and caught the way the tarp sagged, the wrongness of the shapes underneath. His grip on the binoculars visibly tightened. "Jesus," he breathed. It was not reverent. It was not casual. It came out like a word someone says when they stub a toe and see bone. He watched a little longer. I did not ask if he caught the bare hand or the bent boot. I did not have to. His face told me enough. "Somebody is in a lot of trouble," he said finally, low. "I do not know who signed off on that, but that is not right." There was a weird comfort in hearing him say it. A line snapped tight between what my eyes had given me and what my brain had been desperately trying to dismiss. I was not alone in this now. Whatever this was, it was not just my nerves or the coffee or the way night plays tricks on you. "What do we do?" I asked. It felt like a stupid question the second it left my mouth, but it was also the only one that mattered. We were just two guys in a fluorescent box at 4-something in the morning, watching something that should not be happening. There was no training manual section for that. No page you could flip to that. Told you who you called when you saw a line of dead-eyed men dragging their own on a sled. Jeff lowered the binoculars slightly, keeping them around his neck with one hand, and squinted out through the bare glass, as if checking the view unaided would somehow tame it. "Well, you already called ops," he said. "That's something. They'll ping the superintendent. He'll ping the company man. Will probably ping state troopers. Coast Guard maybe if they think it's big enough. Those guys will call actual search and rescue, maybe some military asset if they're bored enough." He shrugged once the movement short and stiff. "We are grease monkeys, man. We do not dispatch cavalry. We just say what we see." It was the practical answer, and it made sense, and it still felt like not enough. "They're going the wrong way," I said. "They're headed out, not in. They look..." I trailed off. "How did you sum up what they looked like, sick wrong? Not there all the way?" "Yeah," Jeff said quietly. "They look like they should have been in a med tent about 20 miles ago." We stood shoulder to shoulder, looking out him through the binoculars, me with naked eyes. The line kept receding, moving like a snake, whose spine was made of worn-out men. The yard lights behind us threw just enough reflection on the glass to make the outside world look a little unreal, like footage being played back on a TV. "We need to make sure this is logged," I said. "Not just Mark saw something. Names, times. You saw it. Ops knows. If this goes bad, I do not want to be the only voice." Jeff made a noise in his throat that might have been agreement. "I'll tell the super myself," he said, "and the medtech, and whoever else is in that stupid morning meeting. Hey, by the way, before we talk about fuel usage, there is a death march happening 5 miles off the strip. That'll wake them up." He was trying to claw back some of his usual tone, but it kept slipping. Every time the sled jounced over a rough patch and the tarp shifted, I saw the corners of his mouth pull tighter. Behind us, the Coke machine chose that moment to spit out a can. It started with its usual low moan, a mechanical grunt deep in its gut, and then there was a sudden heavy thunk as the can dropped inside, hitting the metal shelf with a hollow bang. In the thin, stretched-out quiet we had built for ourselves at the window, the sound went off like a gunshot. Both of us flinched hard. Jeff jerked the binoculars down, swore, then snapped his head around toward the machine like someone had snuck up behind him. I actually laughed once, sharp and too loud, pure adrenaline with nowhere to go. The laugh died almost immediately, sucked away by the generator's constant hum under the floor, which had pushed itself back into my awareness. It sounded less like infrastructure and more like a heartbeat now, some deep organ thudding steadily under our boots. "Jesus Christ," Jeff muttered, rubbing his face with the heel of his hand. "Place is trying to give me a heart attack." He lifted the binoculars again, but now he had to squint to find the line. In the few minutes we had been talking and jumping at soda machines, the procession had trudged farther away. They were nearly at the edge of what the yard lights could touch, their dark shapes, shrinking the sled's tracks, faint scratches trailing behind them. "Can you still see them?" I asked. "Barely," he said. They're headed out toward the pack. They keep that up, they're going to be decoration on some pressure ridge." The comment hung there heavy. We fell into a loose, pointless argument about what exactly to say, who exactly to say it to. Call the super now, or wait for him to stagger in from sleep. Push ops to get troopers on the sat phone, or let the company chain of command do its thing. None of it changed. The one simple fact that made my skin itch We were watching something unfold in real time, and all of our shoulds and maybes were going to land 20 steps behind it. While we talked, the line kept going. The air outside seemed to thicken as distance grew, that weird Arctic haze that makes everything look closer than it is until it is suddenly gone. The bodies blurred together at the limits of the binoculars' cheap glass. The sled's blue tarp turned into a tiny, indistinct bruise on the ice. "God damn," Jeff said softly. Then, "Okay. Yeah, I'll go wake people up. We at least get some coordinates off the tower, try to estimate their bearing, their speed. Let someone with a badge decide the rest." He finally pulled the binoculars away from his face and let them hang against his chest. His eyes looked different than when he came in, not fully awake, but fully present. Whatever dream he had been, dragged out of this, had wiped it clean. He caught my gaze and held it. "I saw them," he said. He said it like a statement for the record, not just for me. "You are not crazy. You did not imagine that." "Yeah," I said, my throat tight. "Wish I had." He gave a humorless half smile and shook his head. "Give it a few days," he said. "After we file reports and the troopers give us some sanitized bullshit, I'll go back to pretending I did not." He clapped my shoulder with one gloved hand, more force than comfort, then turned and headed for the door. The seal hissed as he yanked it open. The metal swung shut behind him with a hollow slam that rattled the plastic clock on the wall. I turned back to the window. Without the binoculars, the outside world had flattened again. The yard lights carved their circles, the snow gleamed dully, and beyond that, there was just a pale smudge against a darker strip. If I squinted, I could convince myself I still saw them tiny shapes moving in that no man's land, between what our floodlights could touch and what the human eye could really handle. A few more minutes passed. The generator hummed. The Coke machine grumbled quietly to itself. Somewhere a heater kicked on with a mechanical cough. Eventually, the line of figures slipped so far into the distance that I could not distinguish them from the imperfections in the horizon. They became a suggestion, then a memory, then nothing. The sled's double trail faded into glare. I stood there in the humming, buzzing little room, staring at an empty white horizon where just a few minutes before I had watched a man be dragged across the snow and thrown onto a pile under a tarp. Jeff got to go back to his bunk and pretend for his own sanity that he had misseen, misread, exaggerated. That whatever official report came out later could overwrite his eyes. I did not get that luxury. I could not go back to pretending I had not seen the line. 2.2. The search on the ice shift. Change always feels like a curtain drop, even on boring days. One batch of exhausted faces shuffles toward bunks, another batch shuffles toward coffee, and the camp's noise changes pitch from night sounds to day sounds. That morning, the air in the main office felt different before anybody said a word. I came in with the rest of the graveyard shift, smelling like diesel and cold metal and burnt coffee. The day superintendent Harris was already there, which was wrong by itself. He was usually 10 minutes late and half-zipped into his coveralls. This time he was standing by the whiteboard, fully dressed, arms crossed, jaw tight. "All right, listen up for a minute," he said as soon as we'd clustered in front of him. He didn't wait for the last stragglers. He tapped the board with a dry erase marker. Someone had already scribbled a rough circle and an arrow off to one side, a kindergarten version of our camp and the ice fields. "We got a call right before your shift ended," he said. "Snowmobiler from Site B claims he saw what looked like flare light way out this way. He circled an area beyond the airstrip with the marker around 0300. Also says he thought he heard engines or something that cut out all at once. He's not sure, but he logged it. A little static fizzed in my chest at the phrase 'cut out all at once.'" Harris went on. "Troopers got notified. Troopers pinged us. They want eyes on the ground check for stranded sledders, hikers, whatever. Could be related to what Ops says you saw. He glanced at me. Could be unrelated. Could be nothing. But we're going to take a look. There was a ripple of boots shifting on the floor, guys glancing at one another. Nobody said the thing we were all thinking, that nothing about this felt like nothing. I'm taking a team out on sleds, Harris said. 4 machines, 2 per light gear, in and out. We're not playing hero. We see anything, we mark it, we call it, and we do what the troopers tell us. He started reading off names. Mine was 3rd. I felt that little drop in my stomach like the first inch of an elevator moving. I had wanted someone to take this seriously. I had wanted other eyes on it. Now I had what I asked for, and all I wanted to do was go back to bed and let somebody else be the witness. After the meeting broke, the 4 of us assigned to the search headed for the motorshed. The camp's usual sounds trailed after us, men talking too loud to stay awake, the clack of plates in the galley, the mutter of a radio show spilling out of somebody's open door. The further we got from the buildings, the quieter it all became, swallowed by the open white. Preparing the sleds was all routine motion, body memory taking over where my head did not want to be. We rolled out the snow machines, checked fuel levels, oiled what needed oil, tugged at straps. Orange safety vests went over coveralls, bright against the washed-out world. Emergency packs were lashed to the backs, first aid kits, flares, extra gloves, a couple of foil blankets that always made me think of baked potatoes. The soundscape out there was its own little orchestra. Zippers rasped up and down as guys sealed themselves into layers. Snap hooks on straps clinked against metal rings. Harris's voice crackled once or twice over the handheld radio as he checked channels. The snow machine's engines coughed, then settled into deep, steady growls as they warmed up, each one adding its own note to the chorus. My hands shook a little as I buckled the chin strap on my helmet. Not a lot, just enough that I noticed. I told myself it was the cold, even though I knew the cold did not usually make your heart race at the same time. I slid the helmet on the world, narrowing to the framed view out the face shield and the muffled version of sound it allowed. The camp seemed farther away once it was on, like I had stepped into a separate bubble. We straddled the machines. Harris in the lead raised a gloved hand, then dropped it. The engines revved in rough unison as we pulled away from the shed and out across the hard-packed yard. The ice beyond the camps is not like the postcard pictures people keep on their refrigerators. It is not all dramatic, jagged peaks and blue fissures. A lot of it is just flat. A white-out horizon where ground and sky bleed into each other in a long smear of gray. No trees, no buildings, no obvious landmarks, just the occasional shadowed rise of a pressure ridge or the darker thread of a distant lead. The noise of the camp dropped away behind us as we rode, swallowed by the engine roar and the whistle of wind slipping around our helmets. The treads chewed at the snow, grinding, sending up small plumes of powder behind us that were immediately torn away by the breeze. After a while, the throb of the engines embedded itself into my nerves, the same way the generator had in camp. It became the new baseline, a mechanical heartbeat under everything. It was almost comforting in a way that made the back of my neck prickle. We rode in a staggered line, at first following Harris's machine as he steered toward the rough bearing we had all agreed on in the office. After we were clear of the last of the packed trail, he motioned us out wider with a sweep of his arm. The 4 machines spread into a fanned-out formation, each one far enough from the next that we could scan our patch of snow for anomalies. We weren't looking for anything particular, just not snow. Dark shapes, flashing metal, movement that did not belong to the wind. The world shrank to that, the hiss and grind of the treads beneath me, the steady muscle memory shifts of my weight, As we rode over subtle dips and rises, the sting of cold air leaking in around the edge of my face shield and making my eyes water and the endless, endless white. We stopped the first time when Harris's voice crackled over the radio in my helmet. "Kill it," he said. "Everybody stop a second. I got something." We all eased off throttles, machines shuddering down to idle, then silence, as one by one we turned the keys. The sudden absence of engine noise was like dropping out of a loud bar into a soundproof room. Out here, though, the silence was not empty. Wind slid across the surface of the ice in long, sighing strokes. It found every little ridge and edge and made them sing low and barely audible unless you were listening for it. The cooling engines ticked and pinged softly as metal contracted. Somewhere far off, there was a faint crack, like someone snapping a branch pressure shifting deep in the ice field. It was quiet, but it was a living quiet. It felt wide open, honest. Standing there listening, I thought about the silence in the garage when everything had cut out at once, the way it had felt like a lid dropping, like being sealed in. That had been a different kind of quiet. Tight. Wrong. Inside the walls. "What do you see?" I asked into my mic. "Tracks," Harris replied. His voice came through with a little static, but clear enough. "Couple 100 yards ahead. Boot prints, looks like. Pair of grooves, too. Move up slow." We lit the machines back up one by one. The engine's growls came back, breaking the spell of the natural silence. We crept forward, eyes on the ground. It did not take long. Even with wind filling and softening edges, the pattern stood out once you were looking for it. Ahead of us, the surface of the snow was not flat. It was dimpled and disturbed in a long, wavering path. You could see where feet had punched down, leaving shallow depressions. Over that, the wind had laid a thin, translucent veil of drift, but the rhythm was there, step, step, step. Running alongside, straight and parallel, were two deeper grooves. The sled tracks. The sight hit me like a hand closing around my throat. "That's them," I said before I could stop myself. "That's exactly what I saw from camp," Copy Harris said. There was something in his tone that suggested he believed me a little more than he had in the office. "We're following the only road we got then. Slow and steady. Stay off the marks. We don't trample what the troopers might want." We fell into single file, the lead machine hugging just to one side of the ghostly trail. The rest of us traced his line engines rumbling low. Every so often, Harris would make a small adjustment to keep the tracks in sight as they wove around unseen soft spots and ripples in the ice. Time blurred again. We followed that path for what felt like hours, though it was probably less. The sky did that pale shift it does up there, when the sun is technically thinking about coming up, but cannot be bothered. The horizon brightened a shade, but there was no real warmth in it. Every 10 or 15 minutes, Harris would call for another stop. We'd kill engines, dismount, walk a little way on foot to make sure we were still on the trail. Those breaks burned themselves into my memory as much as anything we found. Standing out there with my helmet off, cap pulled low over my ears, I could hear the world breathe. The wind tasted dry and sharp in my nose. The snow under my boots squeaked a particular sound that only happens at certain temperatures, like styrofoam rubbing on itself. The ice popped and groaned far below slow tectonics that most people never think about. I would look down at the boot prints at the edges, already softening, and try to superimpose the line of people I had seen onto them. I pictured each step, each stagger the sled dragging behind. I could not decide which was worse, imagining them as mindless or imagining them as aware. Then we would turn the keys again, and the machines would roar back to life, and the engines would drown those quieter thoughts for a while. We were cresting a low rise, just another bulge in the white when I saw them. At first, my brain filed them as shadows, small disturbances in the smoothness of the lee side. Then the shapes resolved, dark canvas slumped over bent poles, blocks of snow stacked in low walls, a ring of discolored ice where heat had altered the surface. My stomach dropped, like I had ridden the machine off the edge of something. "We found their camp," I said into the mic, the words coming out flatter than I felt. Ahead of me, Harris had already started to slow. His machine rolled to a stop at the edge of the little hollow. One by one, the rest of us pulled up beside and behind him, engines grumbling uncertainly. Engines off, his voice crackled over the radio. "Everyone dismount. Watch your step. We don't know what we're walking into." 2.3. The skull in the pot. When all 4 engines cut at once, it felt like somebody had yanked the plug on the sky. 1 second, the world was full of that steady, bone-deep vibration of idling snow machines, the low roar coming up through my boots. The next, Harris's gloved hand sliced through the air in a chopping motion, and keys clicked in quick succession. The engines coughed, sputtered, and died. The silence that followed was abrupt, but not empty. The wind slid across the lip of the little hollow, where the camp sat, making a dry, hissing sound as it dragged fine sleet with it. Snow crystals tapped lightly against my helmet visor, tiny needles of cold. Under it all, I could still hear the faint tick-tick-tick of hot engine parts cooling. "Let's go," Harris said, voice tight in my helmet. Step light, eyes open. We swung our legs off the machines and dropped into the snow. My boots sank to mid-shin before finding the crust, the cold knifing up through the soles. I pulled my gloves tighter, adjusted my face mask, and followed Harris down the shallow slope. Up close, the camp looked worse. 2 tents sat on the far side of the hollow, half collapsed under wind and weight. Their poles bowed inward, fabric snapping softly as gusts billowed it in and out. 1 tent door was open, the flap frozen in a stiff, half-twisted shape that made it look like it had been caught mid-scream. The other's zipper was half up, the teeth separated near the bottom, a jagged, crooked grin of fabric and ice. Low walls of cut snow blocks ringed the central area, maybe 4 feet high, meant to break the wind. They had done their job once. The lee inside was smoother, less scoured than the surrounding ice. Now the blocks were rounded by drift edges, blurred a fort, dissolving back into the landscape. In the middle of that ring, the snow was stained and churned. A shallow circle of charred ice marked where a fire had been coaxed into life, its heat melting down and then refreezing into a glassy, blackened crater. Bits of burned wood stuck up like teeth. Nearby, a fuel can lay on its side, half buried. The writing on it was in a language I did not recognize, blocky letters and accents that looked foreign out here in the blank. Gear was scattered like someone had tried to leave in a hurry and dropped half their life on the way. A high-end sleeping pad curled on itself like a dead centipede. A cooking grate half sunk crookedly into the surface. Metal cups, one on its side, a ring of ice welded around its rim. A glove, fingers frozen in a half-open reach, fused to the snow as if the hand beneath it had grown roots. All of it registered in flashes, but my attention slid away from each piece almost as soon as it snagged. Instead, it kept getting pulled to the same thing right in the center of the camp, over the ugly black circle of the old fire. The pot. It was just a stock pot, the kind you could buy at any big box store, only larger. Dented sides, handles riveted on. A lid sat on top, slightly askew, one edge raised about an inch, so a thin line of darkness showed beneath. The sides of the pot were blackened with soot, the pattern climbing higher on one side where the flames had licked up. It sat on 3 flat rocks someone had dug out and placed under it to keep it stable over the heat. I know there was a lot more to look at. Tracks, signs, but all I could really see was that pot. My brain did not have a good reason for the way it locked onto it. It was like the rest of the world had been scribbled in with a pencil, and the pot had been inked over with black marker. It did not belong there, and at the same time it felt like the only thing that did. Without really deciding to, I found myself walking toward it. Each step crunched the snow under my boots, making that dry, squeaky noise like old styrofoam. Behind me, I heard the others fan out their steps echoing mine, their radios crackling softly as they murmured to each other. "Do not touch anything until we get eyes on it," Harris called. "We let the troopers decide what's evidence." His voice came from somewhere to my left, but it was background now. The pot was dead ahead. Up close, I could see condensation frozen along the lid's edge, little ruffles of frost where steam had once escaped and then been instantly arrested by the cold. The knob on top was a cheap black plastic dome, scuffed and scratched from use. There was a faint, sour smell in the air around it, a mix of old smoke and something else I could not place. I reached out. My glove stuck just for a second when it made contact with the metal. The pot had been sitting in that cold for who knew how long, and even through insulated fabric, the shock of the temperature made me flinch. I curled my fingers around the lid's knob, feeling the stiffness of my own joints inside the glove. Mark Harris's voice snapped closer now. "Do not touch anything yet." Too late. I lifted. The lid came up with a faint tearing sound where ice had sealed it to the rim. For a fraction of a heartbeat, my brain tried to tell me I was looking at just another lump of frozen something. A roast, a chunk of meat, a leftover stew turned to stone. Then the lines resolved. Pale, rounded dome. Darker hollows. A ridge of bone. Eye sockets. They were empty, of course, but somehow that did not make them any easier to look at. The upper jaw jutted forward slightly, teeth still in place. A couple of them had small metal fillings that caught the weak light like tiny obscene sparkles. The bone along one side was fractured, a jagged, splintered crack running from above the temple down toward the cheek edges, blackened and charred, as if it had been held too long over a flame. Inside the skull, in the bowl of it, something had stained the bone a darker color. Not red, not fresh. Just a dull, cooked-looking shadow clinging to the curve. The bottom of the pot around it showed traces of the same baked on in a ring. It was not graphic, not in the way crime scenes look on TV. There was no blood, no viscera. Just bare bone and the clear, ugly suggestion that this had not been an accident. Someone had put a human head in a cooking pot. Someone had set it over a fire. Someone had done something with what was inside. A noise crawled up my throat and out of my mouth before I could strangle it. It was not a word. It was not anything I had practice making. It sounded more like an animal getting hit, a choked, high, broken thing that did not sound like it belonged to a grown man. The lid slid out of my hand. It hit the side of the pot with a sharp, ringing clang that bounced around the quiet little camp and came back at us from all directions. The sound slammed into my ears, too loud, too bright a metallic shout in a place that had been whispering. I stepped back so fast my heel caught on a buried rock. I windmilled once to keep from going down vision tunneling for a second, around that pale, grinning thing in the pot. What the someone behind me swore the word snapping off halfway as they caught sight of it. Another guy younger made a guttural sound and turned away one hand, going up to the bottom edge of his face mask, like he was going to rip it off and throw up into the snow. "Put the lid back on," Harris said. His voice was clipped, controlled the way people sound when they have slammed a door on their own panic and are holding it shut with both hands. "Mark. Lid. Now." Nobody touches anything else. My fingers did not feel like they belonged to me anymore, but they worked when I told them to. I grabbed the lid where it had bounced and spun and jammed the dented edge back over the top of the pot, covering the empty sockets, the teeth, the blackened crack. The pot looked somehow worse with the knowledge of what was under there, like a box after you have seen what it contains. Harris was already reaching for the radio clipped to his vest. He turned slightly away, like that invisible barrier between him and the skull would make the words easier to say. "Base, this is Harris," he said. The thin delay as the transmitter picked up made the first syllable stretch. "We've located an abandoned camp at the coordinates I'm sending now. Multiple tents gear definite sign of prolonged stay. We also have, He hesitated just long enough for me to hear the small crack in his composure. "We have what appears to be human remains," he finished. "Skull in a cooking pot over the fire ring. I repeat, skull in a cooking pot. Request immediate trooper response. We are not touching anything else. Over." There was a burst of static, then a tinny voice answering, but I barely heard it. My focus had narrowed to a tight ring around that pot, and the small, weird noises that seemed to gather there. Snow crystals hissed as the wind blew them against the metal sides, a faint sandpapery sound. Every now and then, there was a tiny ping from the pot itself, some leftover heat stress in the metal releasing, or maybe just the way it settled on its rocks. The sound was so soft you would have missed it if you were not listening for it. Under all of that, my own heartbeat hammered. I could hear it in my ears, in my throat, in my fingertips. It drowned out the distant murmur of Harris talking to the troopers, the crunch of my co-workers' boots as they shifted the low, tense curse someone let slip under their breath. I looked around, really looked for the first time since we had arrived. The tracks that led into the camp circled it in strange patterns, as if people had paced and argued and walked in restless loops. The sled tracks veered right up to the edge of the snow walls, then away again. This was the place the line had stopped for a while. Slept if they slept. Ate. It is one thing to watch something wrong from a distance, framed in a set of shaky binoculars in the safety of your camp. It is another thing to stand where that wrong thing stood, to breathe in the air it left behind, to hear the small, ordinary noises of a pot that had once held a human skull like stew. "All right," Harris said, finally lowering the radio. "Troopers are en route from town. Weather permitting, they'll be here in a couple hours. We've done our job. We mark it, we get out. We let them deal with the rest." Nobody argued. We backed out of the hollow the way you leave a room where something terrible has happened. Careful not to step on anything you did not have to. Careful not to turn your back on the worst of it until you absolutely had to. The snow machines waited at the lip-dark shapes against the washed-out sky noses pointed back toward camp. I was the last one up. Halfway to my sled, I stopped and turned around, unable to help myself. From this angle, the camp looked smaller, almost like a model someone had set up and then abandoned. The tents huddled against the snow walls, the fuel can lay half forgotten, the fire ring was a black wound in the white. In the middle, the pot sat exactly where it had when we arrived. Lid back on, centered over the dead heart of the fire. It looked less like something abandoned and more like something waiting to be warmed up again. Chapter 3. Official Stories and Unofficial Nightmares 3.1. Debrief and denial. Back at camp, they tried to make it feel like any other return from the ice. We rode in single-file engines, humming machines chewing the distance between us and that hollow with the pot in it. The closer the camp grew on the horizon, the more the noise of the machines felt like armor. When the first buildings finally swam up out of the glare blue-gray boxes under the dirty snow berms, I realized I had been holding my shoulders up around my ears for the whole ride. They ached when I let them drop. We rolled into the yard and killed the engines in turn. The silence that followed was instantly filled with camp noises again, the steady drill of the generator underfoot, the distant thud of something heavy being dropped in a bay, voices on the wind. Normal sounds, the kind that have grease and routine stuck to them. "Scrape off before you go inside," Harris said as we dismounted. "We don't track half the Arctic into the hallways just because we had a rough field trip." He was trying to be dry to pull everything back toward the usual. It almost worked. We stomped our boots on the steel grating outside the main entrance, knocking clumps of snow and ice loose. The metal rang under each impact. I watched slush and flecks of dark ice fall away from my tread and tried not to think about what else we might be knocking off, what invisible residue we might have brought back from standing over that pot. Inside the mudroom, the heaters were blasting. The hot air hit my face and made my skin sting where the cold had bitten it. We stamped the last of the snow off our boots, peeled off outer gloves, and parkas hung them on hooks. The sounds of zippers and Velcro filled the narrow space, the clack of plastic buckles, the soft flop of heavy fabric. I caught my reflection in a smudged pane of glass in the inner door. My face looked washed out under the fluorescent light eyes, too wide the skin at the corners, tight and dry. I looked like someone who had slept badly for weeks, not someone coming off one long, screwed-up shift. The troopers arrived about an hour later. You can hear a helicopter before you know what you are hearing. At first, it is just a low, distant thump you think is something falling somewhere, or your own heart being weird. Then the rhythm separates itself out, distinct and mechanical, and people start drifting toward the windows. Condensation skated down the glass in the hallway as we watched the chopper come in low over the stripped snow, whipping up around it in a cyclone as it flared and set down. Its rotors kept turning while two figures in dark uniforms and reflective vests dropped out and ducked underneath the blades. They came inside like they had walked into 50 variations of this same story before. One was tall, clean-shaven, with a frozen, sincere expression and eyes that looked a little too practiced at calming people down. The other was shorter, older, with a lined face and the kind of stare that made you think he had forgotten where the line between on-duty and off-duty was. We got separated into small groups for statements. No drama. No lamps shoved into faces, just government-issued notebooks and pens and a quiet room that smelled like coffee and dust and the faint tang of disinfectant. The older trooper took me. He sat across the table, notebook, open pen resting ready. He introduced himself, name, badge number, but I only really remember the way his gaze held steady without being aggressive. Like he was used to people coming in hot and needed to be the one spot that did not move. "Tell me what you saw," he said. "From the beginning. Use your own words. I'll stop you if I need clarification." It was almost a relief. I talked. I told him about the silence in the garage, the way the generator hum had cut and come back. I told him about the break room window, the first glimpse of the line, the sprint for the binoculars. I described the way they walked the sled, the man going down, the way they had dragged him and tossed him onto the pile. I did not embellish. I did not dramatize. I kept my voice as flat as I could, because if I let inflection creep in, I knew something in me might crack a little. He nodded occasionally, jotting notes. He asked questions when I paused. "Approximately how far from camp? How many individuals, as best you can estimate? How long between the collapse and the sled's arrival?" His tone stayed neutral, but there was a crease between his brows that had not been there when we started. When I got to the skull in the pot, he stopped writing for a second. His hand hovered over the page. Something flickered in his eyes. Then he looked down and made a small note pen, scratching. The other trooper came in halfway through and leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. He listened to the last part with an impassive face, then pushed himself upright and stepped deeper into the room. So he said after I finished, "You're sure they were dead? The ones on the sled? The one you saw fall?" The way he said sure made it clear he was weighing my answer, looking for give. "As sure as I can be," I said. They did not move. Not when they were dragged, not when they were dropped. Limbs were wrong, and the skull in the pot, he held up a hand, cutting me off gently. "Not disputing the skull," he said. "But out on the ice through binoculars early hours, visibility can be tricky. People on long expeditions can look pretty bad. Hypothermic, starving. You know how that can go. How sure are you that what you saw on the sled was corpses and not, say, unconscious people being moved? It should not have gotten under my skin, but it did." The way he shaved the edges off the words, like if he made them softer, the facts would be softer too. "I am sure they were not getting back up," I said. My voice came out sharper than I intended. "I am sure the guy who fell did not try to stand. I am sure whoever dragged him did not treat him like he was going to." The older trooper shot his partner a look, then gave me a small, almost apologetic nod. "Okay," he said. "That's enough on that for now. You saw what you saw. We'll correlate with what we find at the site." They took Jeff next. When he came out of his statement, he looked like someone had wrung him out and hung him back up. He lit a cigarette the second he stepped outside, breath steaming around it, and stared at the strip like he expected the line to appear there instead of on the ice. Some of the other guys circled him, hungry for details in that way people have. Hearsay passes time. They wanted another angle on the story they had already started telling each other in the smoking area. "So they were eating each other, right?" one of the fuel guys said, exhaling smoke. "I mean, skull in a pot. That is not exactly a vegan campout. Maybe it was a prank," another suggested. "Like, medical research, skull, Hollywood, SFX guys, something like that." Jeff took a long drag, squinted, and let the smoke go slowly. "We saw some serious shit," he said. "That is all I am saying. Troopers will tell us what they tell us." An hour later in the break room, he said something different. "Man, maybe we misread it," he said, hunched over his coffee, not quite looking at me. Maybe those were training dummies. Maybe the skull was old. Maybe they were some kind of weird survival course. People pay good money to be uncomfortable these days." He was trying to build himself a softer version to sleep on. I could not blame him. I just could not get comfortable on that same mattress. Around camp, the story spread in the usual way, half-true fragments filled in with speculation. For some guys, it turned into a kind of grotesque campfire tale before the day was out. They mimed ladling stew out of a skull, made cannibal jokes over cigarettes and bad coffee. They laughed too loud, the edges of it frayed. Humor is armor up there. You put it on or you freeze. Others went the opposite direction. They got quieter. They found reasons to change the subject when it came up. One of the med techs who had been on the scene refused to come into the break room the whole rest of the hitch if the news was on, like anything that looked remotely like footage from the ice was something he could not afford to see. For me, the camp did not sound the same after that. The generator hum, which had always been this neutral presence under everything, took on a different flavor. It sounded more like a growl now, like some big thing lying under the floorboards, pacing in place. Every time the fridge cycled off, there was that tiny drop in background noise, and my shoulders would tense, waiting for the total unnatural cut we had had in the garage. The Coke machine's internal clanks and thuds, which had always just been annoying, started landing in my chest, like small explosions. The metallic thunk of a can dropping to the bottom bin sounded too much like the lid of that pot hitting metal, echoing in the hollow. I told myself it would fade. That is what people say about sights like that. You get used to it. It blurs. Instead, it followed me into sleep. The first nightmare hit 3 nights later, back in my tiny bunk in the stacked sleeping trailer. The room was barely wider than the bed, just enough space for a narrow shelf, a small locker, and a fluorescent strip across the ceiling that buzzed when you flicked it on. In the dream, I was back in the break room. Same buzzing light. Same Coke machine sulking in the corner. Same coffee stink. I knew it was a dream, and I did not the way it works. You recognize things and also accept whatever changes without question. I was standing at the sink mug in hand, looking out the window. The yard looked wrong immediately. There were no lights for one, just a gray, sourceless illumination that made everything look flat. Snow, sky, horizon, all the same shade. No machines, no tire tracks, just open white. Then the line appeared. They did not emerge from the distance this time. There was no slow reveal, no shimmer of movement at the edge of vision. One blink, I was looking at empty snow. The next, the entire window was filled with figures. They were right up against the glass. Faces pressed to it, hoods crushed and skewed frost, scraping against the pane with a thin squealing sound as they shifted. Eyebrows and beards were thick with ice. Skin had that waxy, too smooth look. Their mouths hung open just enough for breath to fog the glass, except there was no breath. No fog, just that squeak, squeak, squeak of frozen fabric and frozen skin dragging slowly back and forth. Their eyes were the worst part. They did not widen or blink or roll. They just stared unfocused, and 2 close pupils blown and empty. The glass bowed inward like their weight was slowly leaning on it. I could see individual cracks in a frozen mustache, a chip in a front tooth, the faint outline of a filling. Behind them, above their hunched shoulders, I could see the rim of a pot. It sat somewhere out in the distance, but also right there with them, like perspective did not apply. Its lid was off in the dream. The skull inside was turned in my direction, as if someone had twisted it around just to make sure I understood. There was no Coke machine clunk, no generator hum. The only sound was that horrible small squeal of frost and bone and cloth moving against glass. I woke up on a gas part, going like I had sprinted down the hallway. The air in my bunk was hot and stale. The heater under the bed hissed softly, blowing dry warmth against the mattress. The frame creaked as I shifted the thin blanket twisted around my legs. It took me a second to realize the faint ticking I was hearing was the pipes in the wall expanding and contracting, not something tapping at the window that did not exist in that room. My shirt was damp with sweat. I could smell my own skin, the faint chemical tang of detergent, the metal of the frame. On the other side of the thin wall, someone rolled over in their bunk and sighed. A cough came from down the hall. The building made its usual little noises, clearing its throat. We went back to work. That was the job. Equipment breaks, you fix it. Planes land, you fuel them. Roads drift over, you clear them. People die up there sometimes. Everybody knows that. You patch the gaps they leave in the schedule and keep going. But after that week, I never again trusted the moments when everything shut off at once. Any flicker in the lights, any hitch in the generator, anytime the fridge and the heater and the radio all lined up in a split-second lull, my body remembered that first silence in the garage and braced for something on the ice to stare back at me. 3.2. Leaving the ice, bringing it home. 2 weeks is a strange amount of time to live in a place that wants you dead. Long enough to build a routine, short enough that your brain never fully accepts it as permanent. By the time my hitch was up, the camp had settled back into its version of normal. Troopers came and went. There were meetings none of us were invited to. Rumors swirled, then thinned out, then settled into a handful of phrases people could live with. Some foreign expedition, one guy said. Bad planning, another added. Crazy shit, but not our circus was the final verdict from most. When my rotation ended, I signed my name on the checkout clipboard like I always did, turned in my room key, and hauled my duffel out to the shuttle van. The generator hummed under the gravel, the wind chewed on the corners of buildings, the Coke machine in the break room groaned somewhere behind me. It all sounded distant, like I was leaving a movie set before they were done filming. The flight south was the same hopscotch it usually was, small plane to a bigger airport to the lower 48. You would think stepping from the North Slope into an Anchorage or Seattle terminal would feel like waking up, but it did not. It felt like switching audio tracks. In the airport, the noise was constant and busy, but it did not mean anything the way the camp sounds did. Kids cried in high, sharp bursts that cut across the low roar of conversations. TSA announcements rolled over the speakers every few minutes, the exact same cadence, like somebody had put anxiety on a loop. Boarding calls bled into ads for bottled water and credit cards. The beeps from checkout scanners at the gift shops chimed as people bought $6 candy and moose keychains. I watched all of it through a kind of glass. The noise felt thin, flimsy. You can ignore a crying kid. You can tune out a boarding announcement. If a Coke machine in an airport dropped a can, it was just another clunk in the mix. Up north, every sound had weight. The generator hum meant life. The heater fan meant your fingers would keep working. The silence, when it came, meant something was about to be wrong. On the last leg home, I stared out the tiny oval window at the clouds below, fingers wrapped around a plastic cup of flat ginger ale. The flight attendant smiled, asked if I wanted peanuts. I said no, and for a second, I flashed on the pot, the skull, the way the fillings had caught the light. I swallowed it down. Home for me was a small rental townhouse just outside of Tacoma, tucked down a side street not far from I-5. 2 bedrooms if you were generous, though the second one was more of a storage closet with ambitions. Beige carpet that someone had given up on years ago. Walls painted the same off-white as every other unit in the complex. You could hear the freeway if you listened. A constant, distant rush like an ocean that had forgotten how to be interesting. At first, when I moved in, it had annoyed me. Now it felt almost comforting. A big, indifferent sound you could pin the rest of your life onto. Inside the townhouse, the soundscape was smaller, but it had its landmarks. The fridge in the kitchen hummed and clicked, a domestic version of the camp's machinery. The HVAC vents breathed warm air into the rooms at predictable intervals, a gentle whoosh that never had to fight for your life. My upstairs neighbor's laundry machine thumped and whined through the ceiling every Sunday afternoon, like clockwork. Occasionally, a siren would wind by on the main road, climbing and falling gone before you could decide which direction it had come from. I lived alone. There had been a girlfriend for a while back when I first took the job, but the 2 weeks gone, 2 weeks here rhythm had sanded down whatever was between us. You cannot build much on half presents and choppy phone calls from bad connections. She lasted 6 months. The townhouse lasted longer. So it was just me and the sounds. I did what people do when they clock out from something that scares them. I pretended not to be thinking about it. I unpacked, ran a load of laundry, restocked the fridge. I picked up my truck from long-term parking and drove it until the numbness in the steering wheel gave way to familiar feedback. I walked the aisles at the grocery store, suddenly hyper-aware of canned food in a way I had never been before, and told myself I was being stupid. At night, I sat on the couch with the TV on low. I let streaming algorithms shovel forgettable shows and half-funny sitcoms at me while I scrolled on my phone. Every once in a while, I would type things into the search bar: Arctic expedition, missing North Slope hikers, tragedy, unidentified foreign camp, Alaska skull, cannibalism rumor, North. Most of what came back at first was noise. Old stories about doomed 19th century ships locked in ice. Cautionary tales about underprepared hikers. A couple of local news blurbs hinting at ongoing investigation into possible foreign expedition incident. No details, no names. Whatever the troopers knew, they were not telling the public yet. That should have helped. If there were no details, there was nothing for my brain to cling to. Instead, the absence became its own kind of presence. The line on the ice replayed in my head at odd moments, the way the sled had dragged, the way the body had slid, the way the tarp had sagged over the pile. I told myself I was blowing it out of proportion, that if somebody from the outside looked at my memory, they would cut it down to something more manageable. Then the house did the thing. It was a Tuesday night. I remember that because the neighbors upstairs were watching some crime show loud enough for the bass to thump through the ceiling, and I was thinking about filing a noise complaint, something that felt absurdly fragile and petty compared to the last 2 weeks. I was on the couch, one ankle resting on the opposite knee, a bowl of reheated pasta on the coffee table TV playing some docuseries I was not really watching. The volume was low, just above a murmur. I could hear the fridge humming behind me in the kitchen, the soft rush of the HVAC pushing warm air into the room, traffic on the freeway, grumbling in the distance, the dryer upstairs doing its uneven thump, thump, thump. All of it layered into a comfortable lived-in noise that said, "This is normal, this is safe, this is home." Then for 1 second, all of it stopped. The TV froze mid-frame. The host's mouth hung open in a half-word that did not finish the little play icon spinning in the corner, like it had suddenly forgotten how time worked. The sound cut not down, not softer. Off. The fridge's hum blinked out. The HVAC vent went still. The thump of the dryer above me died mid-beat. It was like the house had inhaled and forgotten how to exhale. The silence was not long later. I would tell myself it could not have been more than a heartbeat, 2 at most, but it had edges. It pressed against my ears from the inside. The room felt smaller, like the walls had leaned in just a fraction. The background glow of the TV screen lit the coffee table, my knees, the half-eaten bowl of pasta. My own reflection in the dark window looked back at me, eyes wide. Then everything lurched back into motion. The TV resumed as if someone had unpaused it, the host finishing his word without noticing he had been frozen. The fridge hummed back to life. Warm air pushed out of the vent over my head. Upstairs, the dryer punched the floor again, right on the next beat. A car horn bleated faintly on the freeway. I realized my chest hurt. I let out a breath I had not known I was holding, air leaving me in a shaky rush. My heart was pounding hard enough I could feel it in my throat. For a second, I just stared at the TV, not seeing it, waiting for the world to drop out again. It did not. The rational part of my brain lined up with comforting words. Power fluctuation. Brownout. Wi-Fi hiccup. Some tiny glitch in the grid that made everything in the house stutter for a second. No big deal. It happens. The other part of my brain, the part that had stood in a garage at 4 a.m. and felt the entire camp go quiet like someone had thrown a switch, recognized the shape of it immediately. It was the same kind of silence. All at once. Cut clean. Wrong in that exact specific way. I took my plate to the sink, washed it under hot water longer than necessary, listening to the ordinary sound of the faucet, the scrape of ceramic against steel. The noise grounded me just enough. I turned off the tap. The fridge hummed, the vent whispered. My neighbor's dryer banged overhead. Everything was fine. Everything was not fine. I did not tell anyone about the silence. Who would I have told? "Hey, I think I am being haunted by the absence of sound" is not a conversation starter you use if you want to keep your job, your housing, or your ability to look people in the eye. You can talk about nightmares. You can talk about stress. You can talk about the way a skull in a pot keeps popping up in your head when you are trying to fall asleep. You cannot talk about ghost silence without sounding like you need a different kind of help. 3.3. The article and the lead. It was almost 3 months before I got anything that felt like an answer. By then, life had fallen into a jagged routine. 2 weeks on the ice, 2 weeks off at home. Fix, fly, sleep, repeat. The horror of that particular hitch had shifted from what is happening to what happened, which is easier to carry day to day. You pack it with your work clothes and unpack it with them. You only really look at it when something knocks it loose. I was home between trips north, sitting at the small kitchen table in the townhouse. Late afternoon light pushed in through the blinds in thin, dusty stripes. The fridge hummed behind me, steady and indifferent. Traffic on the freeway buzzed faintly, a gray noise behind everything. I had my laptop open, a mug of coffee going cold beside it, my brain half on bills and half on nothing. My phone buzzed on the table, rattling against the wood, just enough to make me jump. I glanced down. It was a text from Jeff. No preamble, just a link and 4 words. That thing we saw. My pulse picked up a notch. I clicked the link on my phone, then decided I could not stand reading it on a screen that small. I typed the URL into the laptop with a little more force than necessary. The page that loaded was from some national news site. Not front page huge, this was not one of those stories that knocks elections and celebrity scandals out of the way, but big enough to have a banner image and a headline in large, serious font. The photo was of a ship half embedded in icemen in bright parkas clustered around it. The headline read something like, "Lead Isolation and a Doomed Arctic Crossing Investigators Release Findings on Lost Expedition." My fingers hovered over the trackpad for a second, like maybe not scrolling would make it less real. Then I dragged down. The article started with what sounded at first like a completely different story. A European adventure company. High-end, high-dollar. Clients from half a dozen countries, all chasing some version of the same fantasy: untouched wilderness, personal limits, bragging rights. They had been dropped off on the ice with the best gear money could buy. Tents, sleds, snow machines, satellite phones, backup beacons. Their goal was to cross a remote section of the Arctic over the course of several weeks, then rendezvous with a ship positioned along the pack edge. Early on, things had apparently gone well. Satellites pinged their progress. Social media posts trickled out for a bit. Grainy photos of ice and sky and smiling faces read from cold captions about pushing through and really feeling alive. Then, in the middle of the route, the signals had become erratic. Delayed check-ins, strange garbled audio in a couple of calls, complaints about stomach issues, headaches, fatigue. Then nothing. When a recovery operation finally went out after weather delays, after corporate debates about liability, the picture they found was fragmented. The article described it in careful clinical paragraphs. Multiple deceased expedition members located over a wide area. Some collapsed near what looked like improvised camps. Some found alone miles away, as if they had wandered off. Equipment abandoned in patterns that did not make immediate sense. Snow machines sitting with full tanks tilted at odd angles. Tents half erected, then apparently walked away from. I felt a cold, thin thread pull tight through my chest as I read. I did not need the writer to draw me a map. I could fill in the rest, a line on the ice, a sled, the pot. Forensics, the article said, had been complicated by the environment, but not impossible. Clothing gear and what remained of food stores had been collected. Blood and tissue from the deceased had been analyzed. The findings, this was the part where the article's tone shifted from tragic accident in harsh terrain to something more quietly horrifying. Traces of lead were found in multiple samples. Not traces, not the background level you pick up just by existing in the modern world. Elevated levels, high enough, according to one quoted expert, to cause significant neurotoxic effects over time. The source investigators believed was the canned food. Somewhere in the chain from manufacturer to supplier to expedition pantry, something had gone wrong. A bad batch improperly sealed. Solder or lining leaching metal into the contents dose by dose. The phrases piled up as I scrolled. Cognitive impairment, paranoia and confusion, severe gastrointestinal distress, hallucinations not ruled out, potential for violent mood swings and poor risk assessment. I pictured the line again, their jerky gait, the way their eyes had stared straight ahead, unfocused. The slack mouths, the staggering, the falling without catching themselves. My stomach turned in a slow, sick barrel roll. They were poisoned, I thought. They were literally out of their minds. There was a paragraph in the middle of the article that you might have missed if you were skimming. It was short and couched in the most careful language I have ever seen outside of a legal document. Investigators also noted possible evidence of survival cannibalism among some members of the party, it read. Due to the condition of remains and the extreme circumstances, definitive conclusions are difficult to draw. However, certain cut patterns on bones and the presence of heat-altered cranial elements suggest that in the late stages of the expedition, either pre- or post-mortem consumption of human tissue may have occurred. Cranial elements. That was one way to say skull in a pot. I sat back a little, the chair creaking. The hum of the fridge and the faint, constant wash of freeway noise blurred together in my ears, flattening into a low drone. The words on the screen seemed to pulse. I had thought before this moment that what made what I saw unbearable was the possibility that it was something supernatural. Some curse. Something from outside the world that stepped in and rewrote the rules. Reading that paragraph, realizing what it really was, I understood I had been wrong. This was worse. There was no curse, no demon, just a long chain of decisions and mistakes. Someone buying the wrong batch of cans, someone not testing them, someone signing off on a manifest, someone trusting that what they were putting into their body was safe because it had a label and a logo. 100 tiny choices and oversights that had added up to a group of ordinary people walking in a line across the ice, poisoned and starving, and no longer fully themselves. The sled. It clicked into place with awful, merciless logic. Mobile pantry my brain supplied in a tone that was not my own. They were not dragging their dead towards some future burial. They were dragging their calories, the way the man had fallen and been dragged, the way nobody had reacted like it was unusual. The bare hand hanging over the edge of the pile, fingers frozen in that half curl. The skull in the pot fractured and blackened along one edge, residue clinging to the inside curve. This was not ritual, not some symbolic act. It was practical, efficient, if you can use that word for something so obscene. You run out of food. Your body is starving, your brain is drowning in lead and cold and fear. Something breaks inside the collective decision-making center of the group. Someone says, maybe first as a joke, we have meat right here. The line between us, and it blurs. And when the first barrier is crossed, when the first piece is cut and cooked, The rest becomes logistics. On the screen, a quote from one of the doctors jumped out at me. In conditions of extreme stress, isolation, and malnutrition, it said individuals and groups can behave in ways that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. The presence of neurotoxic levels of lead would have further compromised judgment, heightening impulsivity, and reducing empathy. They were not themselves, I thought. Over and over again, like that might sand down the edges of the image in my head. They were sick. Their brains were damaged. They were not themselves when they did it. Outside, a semi-truck hit its air horn on the freeway. The sound knifed in through the closed windows, a long, mournful blast that did not belong to anything in my immediate world. It cut through the soft drone of fridge and traffic and landed in my chest like a jump scare. I flinched, eyes snapping back to the article. Near the bottom, past the quotes from experts and the timeline of who knew what, when there was one last detail. A small paragraph, almost an afterthought. Elevated levels of heavy metals were detected not only in soft tissues, but in bone samples recovered from the site, it read. These findings suggest prolonged exposure prior to death and will be the subject of ongoing study. I stared at that sentence until the letters started to swim a little. Lead in the bone. Not just in the blood, where it can, in theory, be flushed out over time, but in the very structure of what holds a person up. It meant the poison had not just touched them. It had settled in. It had become part of what they were. I pictured the skull in the pot again, its fractured edge, the dark residue inside. Bone that had held too much lightning for too long. I closed the laptop, the click of it shutting, sounding too loud in the small kitchen. For a little while, that explanation was enough. It gave me a box to put the nightmare in that had labels and numbers and proper nouns. It turned the line on the ice and the pot over the dead fire into the tragic endpoint of a series of human errors and human frailties, not some shape in the dark reaching back toward me. It gave me someplace to put it that felt rational. It did not stay there. 4.1. Living with the drop. Once you know a particular kind of wrong exists, you start seeing its outline everywhere. From the outside, my life looked the same after the article. I still flew north for my hitches. Still came back to the same beige townhouse. Still did all the basic things an adult is supposed to do. Pay bills, buy groceries, get oil changes, nod at neighbors. I laughed at the right spots when guys at work told stories. I said, yeah, that was crazy when someone brought up the expedition, then let them change the subject. Inside, everything had a new filter on it. The first time it happened again, after the truck horn and the article, I was in my kitchen. It was one of those unanchored nights, the kind you get when your body clock is still stuck on camp time. The digital clock on the stove said 2:07 a.m. The rest of the townhouse was dark, just the kitchen light buzzing overhead, throwing a soft cone onto the counter. The fridge hummed behind me, a steady domestic version of the generator's growl. The cheap little under-cabinet light over the sink had a barely audible electrical whine if you stood close enough. Outside, I could hear a faint wash of freeway noise tires whispering over asphalt somewhere beyond the apartment complex. I was making coffee I did not need. The beans rattled in the grinder, a sharp, abrasive burr that felt too loud for the hour. The machine gurgled and hissed as it pushed hot water through the grounds. The whole scene was stupidly ordinary bare feet on cool vinyl, the smell of cheap roast, my hand tapping an idle rhythm on the countertop. Then mid-gurgle, the world dropped a gear. The grinder's hum, the fridge's steady whir, the faint hiss of the HVAC moving air through the vents, all of it cut at the same time as cleanly as if someone had put a finger on a mute button that controlled the entire house and the inch of air around it. Even the distant wash of freeway noise seemed to blink out. The silence that flooded in was the same wrong shape I remembered from the garage. It did not feel like the absence of sound. It felt like sound had been pushed out, like the room had been vacuum sealed. Pressure bloomed behind my ears, not painful, just insistent. My hand froze mid-tap on the counter. For a second, the only thing I could hear was the inside of my own head, a dull low rushing my pulse, trying to pound its way out of my throat. Just at the edge of that, too faint to be real, I thought I heard the crunch of a boot on hard snow. Then everything snapped back. The coffee machine resumed its sputter like nothing had happened. The fridge hummed a second behind, as if catching up. The freeway noise seeped back in a gray wash through the walls. The pressure eased. My shoulders relaxed a fraction. I let out a breath I did not remember holding and laughed one short, humorless bark that sounded wrong in the small kitchen. Power flicker, I told myself. Little brownout. Some squirrel probably suicided into a transformer 3 streets over. You're jumpy. That is all. The next time I was not at home. I was in a grocery store. Fluorescent lights hummed from a high ceiling, rows and rows of them, making everything too bright and too flat. Overhead, cheerful pop music played on tinny speakers, the chorus of some song I half recognized bouncing off tile and metal shelving. Carts rattled their wheels, clicking over cracked grout lines. A toddler wailed somewhere near the dairy section, the cry bouncing in pitch as his mother tried to shush him. Checkout scanners beeped in irregular bursts, a little song of commerce. I was standing in the canned goods aisle, naturally staring way too long at a wall of soups and beans and vegetables. The labels blurred together in a mosaic of fake freshness. Somewhere in the back of my head, the word "laid" floated up like a bubble through murky water. I reached for a can of chili fingers closing on the cool metal. The music cut off mid-chorus. The kid's wail chopped cleanly in half, as if someone had sliced the sound wave. The cart rattles, the scanner beeps the employee announcement about a spill in aisle 5 gone. The compressor hum from the refrigerators across the way flattened into nothing. A woman 2 shelves over froze with her hand hovering over a jar. Eyes going unfocused for a heartbeat, like a mannequin someone had forgotten to pose properly. The silence did not match the size of the space. It was too complete for a room that big, for that many bodies moving and breathing. It felt like someone had lifted the whole store up and dropped it into the same sealed box as the garage and the break room and my kitchen. The sense of pressure came back, pushing gently at the insides of my ears. For one insane second, surrounded by 12 different brands of tomato sauce. I could swear I heard that faint crunch again, the sound of something heavy stepping on snow so cold it squeaked just at the edge of hearing under the linoleum and the polished shoes. Then the overhead speakers snapped back on, picking up the song on the next word, like nothing had happened. The kid's cry resumed at the correct pitch. A cart squeaked, a scanner beeped, an employee laughed too loudly near the end cap. The woman beside me blinked, shook her head like she had almost forgotten what she was reaching for, and grabbed the jar she wanted. I put the chili back on the shelf. I started noticing it everywhere after that, like a thread running through unrelated moments. At my new job in the lower 48, a warehouse and repair shop for heavy equipment, because I did not have the imagination to switch career paths, there was always noise. Forklifts backing up with shrill beeps, an intercom crackling with names being called to the front office, box cutters slicing corrugate, big fans spinning lazily on the ceiling, pushing warm air around. Once mid-shift in the middle of a Tuesday, the forklift alarm, the fan wire, the intercom static, the buzz of the shop radio all snuffed out at the exact same instant. The wrench I was using slipped in my hand, clinking against a bolt in the sudden quiet. The guy next to me froze with a pallet halfway lifted, eyes wide. We looked at each other across that 1-second void, as if we both expected something to materialize between us, a line of figures, a blue tarp, a pot. Then the fans surged. The radio burped back to life halfway through a guitar riff, and the forklift alarm resumed its beeping like nothing had happened. My coworker shook his head, muttered something about power blips, and went back to work. I went through the motions, but my brain was somewhere else. There is a difference between normal quiet and the kind of quiet I am talking about, and you know it in your bones if you have ever heard both. Normal quiet is the world turning down. The fridge might be off, but you still hear the faint buzz of electricity in the walls, the rustle of leaves outside a car passing your own clothes, moving when you shift. It is absence of obvious noise, but there is still a bed of tiny sounds the universe runs on. This other quiet, the drop, is subtractive. It takes things that should not be able to be taken. Distant freeway noise, neighbors' footsteps overhead, the low constant hum of machines you have stopped consciously hearing. It cuts them all in the same instant in one clean slice. And it always comes with that pressure, that sense that the air itself has leaned in. The hairs at the back of my neck stand up. My jaw aches like I have been clenching it, even if I have not. My body reacts before my mind catches up, freeze, listen, wait. Sometimes in those drops, I hear nothing but the blood in my ears. Sometimes I hear something else. Not loud, not clear. Just at the edge of perception, the way you sometimes think you hear your name in a crowd even when no one is talking to you. A faint, crisp crunch. A subtle, regular drag. The auditory memory of boots walking on snow hard enough to squeak, and a sled's runners leaving 2 clean scars behind. Once in the middle of that warehouse with fluorescent lights overhead and cardboard dust in my nose, I could have sworn I smelled cold. That dry metallic edge the air gets at 40 below when your nostrils try to freeze shut. I did not tell anyone. What was I supposed to say? Hey, you know that 1 second when everything went quiet just now, I heard a ghost expedition march through it. Even in the context of guys who swap near-miss stories and brag about scars that would not land, I tried on the rational explanation, the same way you try on a coat that does not quite fit, but you want it to. Anxiety, I told myself. Hypervigilance. Post-whatever from seeing something rough on the ice. The human brain looks for patterns. Mine had found one and was overfiring. Maybe I thought if I talked to someone who had been closer to the official investigation, they would tell me I was full of it. That there were perfectly normal explanations for the pauses. That what I was describing was just stress and electricity and coincidence. I told myself that was what I wanted to be dismissed. To have somebody who wore a uniform and carried a notebook tell me kindly that there was nothing there. Instead, reaching out to them made everything worse. 4.2. The call with Harris. It took me a stupidly long time to make a phone call that lasted under 20 minutes. I had Harris's number buried in my contacts under his last name and the name of the company we used to work for. I had never deleted it the same way I had never deleted numbers from guys I had not seen in years. Ghost contacts sitting there quietly on the list. One night after the grocery store drop and the warehouse drop and one particularly bad dream about the pot, I found myself sitting at the kitchen table with my phone in my hand, thumb hovering over his name. The townhouse was doing its usual evening impression of being alive. The fridge hummed in the corner. The heater clicked on and pushed warm air through the vents with a soft whoosh. Outside, I could hear a siren way off on the main road Dopplering past. The neighbor upstairs walked from their bedroom to the bathroom, the floor creaking overhead. I stared at the screen until the contact name went a little blurry. Then I tapped it. The phone rang, each tone separated by a faint hiss on the line. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth, there was a click, and then his voice older and grainier than I remembered, but unmistakable. "Yeah, hey Harris, it's Mark." I suddenly realized how long it had been and tacked on from North Slope. Heavy equipment, couple years back. There was a pause, and in that space I heard the fridge behind me cycle down a notch. "Jesus," he said, a little laugh in it. Yeah, I remember. Guy with the busted knuckles and the decent coffee. "How you doing, man? We did the usual small talk dance. Where you working now?" "Still up there." "Nah, warehouse in Washington, you." He said he had moved into more supervisor work, and less field time knees finally cashed out, as he put it. I could hear a TV somewhere in his house, low the murmur of voices and canned laughter bleeding through the speaker. It felt almost normal until I steered us off the safe road. "You saw that article, right?" I asked. "About the expedition. The, findings." His end of the line went quieter. The TV sound dipped like he had turned the volume down or gone into another room. "Yeah," he said finally. "Hard to miss. Company circulated it with a bunch of lessons learned crap. Why? Because I cannot stop hearing snow in my kitchen, I thought. Out loud I went with because I was there, with you. I saw them on the ice, and I keep thinking about some stuff that did not make it into the article." Another pause. Longer this time. I could hear him breathing the faint rasp of fabric like he was rubbing his face. "Troopers told us not to talk about details," he said. "Liability, ongoing investigation, blah blah. Officially, anyway." "I am not writing a blog," I said. "I am just trying to get my head straight. You ever get the feeling that—" I trailed off, searching for the least crazy version of the sentence. That what happened out there was not neatly contained. He let out a slow breath that fuzzed the speaker for a second. "Why are you asking me that?" he said. "Because," I answered, "I keep getting these silence drops, like the one in the garage that night. Like something hits mute on the whole environment. I figured it was just my brain being a jerk. But then I started wondering if anything like that happened to you. On the sleds. Before we even got to the camp. For a few seconds, all I got was the soft hiss of the line. When he did speak, his voice had shifted. Less supervisor, more guy that was there. They did not put that in any report, he said. They do not want weird on the record. Makes people nervous. Makes juries weird. But yeah, there was something. He cleared his throat like the words had dust on them. On the way out to where we found the camp, he went on, we were maybe, I do not know, 30-40 minutes out. We had already picked up the tracks. You remember. Boot prints, sled grooves. I called a stop to check the trail. I pictured it, the four machines idling the gray horizon. We killed the engines, he said. Usual thing. Snow's squeaking, wind's doing its thing. I'm halfway off my sled, 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot on the running board, hand still on the throttle. And then, everything dies at once. He was not talking about the engines. I could hear it. How do you mean? I asked, though I already knew. Engines were already off, he said. That's the thing. But the radios in our helmets fuzzed out. That ambient wind sound gone. The little creaks in your own suit when you move gone. It was like somebody put the whole world in a soundproof room and shut the door. My ears popped like we were dropping altitude. I could hear him swallow the tiny click of it traveling through the line. I sat there, he continued with my hand still on the throttle like I was about to gun it, and nothing. Couldn't hear the others moving. Couldn't hear my own boots squeak when I shifted, but I could hear my pulse. Clear enough, I thought. Well, that's it, heart attack on the ice. How long? I asked. Couple of seconds, he said. Maybe. Felt longer, but you know how that goes. Then the radios all squawked at once. Somebody said something like, "You cut out for a second," and the wind came back and it was just normal again. I chalked it up to some glitch in the comms. Static weirdness. Did not seem worth spooking the crew over. "But then you found the camp," I said. "Yeah," he answered. Then we found the camp. He let that sit between us for a moment, the weight of the pot and the tents and the skull, filling the space the words left open. That could still be an electrical thing, I said, more for both of us than because I believed it. "Sure," he said. "Could be. Would have stayed that way too if it had not happened again." I sat up a little straighter when I asked. "Second trip," he said. After we got back and handed everything over, troopers wanted me to go back out with them to point out exact positions. You know, show us where you were when you saw this. Walk us through your route. So we go back, different day, similar conditions. Same general area. He paused, and in the quiet, his exhale sounded louder than it should have. "We're riding out," he said. "Me and 2 troopers, same line of tracks, though they were softer by then. I'm out front this time on their machine. We hit that same stretch just before the low ridge above the camp. And it hits again." He did not have to define it. My body knew what he meant as well as my brain did. "How do you know it was the same?" I asked. "Because it felt like somebody took the sky and squeezed it," he said. All 3 engines cut in the exact same breath. My radio turned into dead air. The wind stopped. Not died down. Stopped. For a second, it was like we were inside a painting. Troopers behind me went still, like somebody had hit pause on them too. I realized my hand had clenched around the phone hard enough that my knuckles hurt. "Did they hear it?" I asked. "Feel it." "One of them cursed in my ear when it came back," Harris said. "Said something about damn static and bad wiring." The other one did not say a word, just stared at me over his bars like he was checking to see if I had felt it too. He was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. That second time, he said there was one difference. My mouth felt dry. "What, in the middle of it," he said, "in that little slice where everything was dead quiet, I heard footsteps." He laughed once without humor. "Which is stupid, right?" he added quickly. We were all on sleds, nobody walking, but it was there. Faint, like a lot of people a ways off walking on hardpack. That crunch you get up there when it's so cold the snow squeaks. Could have been memory. Could have been my brain replaying the last week in fast forward. But I swear to God, for that 1 second it sounded like something was moving past us that we couldn't see. I did not realize I had been holding my breath until I let it out slowly, the phone warm against my ear. I thought about my kitchen at 2:07 a.m. Thought about the grocery store aisle and the warehouse and the half-heard crunch under the normal world. The shape of what he was describing matched exactly what had been happening thousands of miles away on linoleum and carpet instead of ice. So when you say I managed that, you don't think it stayed out there? He gave a small hollow sound that might have been agreement. "I'm not saying there's a ghost expedition walking through Safeways," he said. "I'm not saying anything that'll get me benched if someone overhears. What I am saying is, whatever happened to them out there, it did not stay only out there. You do not cook a skull in a pot and poison yourself from the inside and drag your own dead-like cargo without leaving something behind." He let the words settle, then added in a tone that had no trace of joke in it. "If you start hearing things in that kind of quiet, maybe do not go looking for where they're coming from. Some stuff you let it pass. You let it think you did not notice." A small chill ran over my arms, lifting the hair under my sleeves. "Yeah," I said softly. Okay. Anyway, he said, voice shifting back toward neutral. That's all I got for you. I'm not writing it in any statement. You didn't hear it from me? I appreciate it, I said. Really? We traded a few more meaningless words. Take care, keep your head down, say hi if you're ever in town. Then the call ended with a tiny click, and the line went dead. I sat there at the kitchen table with the phone still in my hand, screen gone dark, the rectangle of it suddenly feeling heavier than it had any right to. The fridge hummed away behind me. The heater whispered. A car rolled by, outside tires hissing on wet asphalt. Upstairs, someone dropped something, and it hit the floor with a distant thud. My heart had not quite slowed down yet. I set the phone down on the table, face up, like it might ring again and undo what I had just heard. The digital clock on the stove flipped from 9:41 to 9:42 with a soft plastic tick. The fridge stopped. Not slowed, not trailed off. Stopped. In the same breath, the heater's whisper cut out. The distant traffic faded like someone had pulled it down a fader. The apartment above me went silent mid-footstep. The electrical buzz from the kitchen light vanished so completely, I realized for the first time that I had been hearing it. The pressure pushed in behind my ears, the air thickening around me. And under that, as faint and crisp as if it were happening down the hall and inside the walls at the same time, came the sound of many boots on snow. Not stomping, not running. Just that steady, awful crunch of weight on hardpack multiplied by 20. It lasted 1 second. Then the fridge hummed back to life. The heater coughed warm air into the vent, a truck shifted gears on the freeway, and the world pretended it had not just held its breath. 4:3, one frame on the camera. After the call with Harris, my brain did what it always does. When it is afraid, it tried to turn the fear into a project. I told myself I just wanted peace of mind, that it was normal in this day and age to want a couple of cameras around the house. Everybody has a doorbell cam now. Half the videos on the internet are grainy clips of porch pirates and raccoons. No shame in joining the club. So I bought a cheap 2-pack security system online. White plastic cameras with ugly logos, night vision motion alerts. Cloud storage for 30 days if you agreed to let the app nag you about premium features. I mounted one over the front porch, angled so it caught the walkway, the front step, and the little patch of concrete where packages usually landed. The other went over the tiny backyard, pointed at a fence that had seen better decades, and the sad square of grass that passed for a lawn. Installing them was a soundtrack of small domestic noises. The drill whining as it dug into cheap siding. Screws squeaking as I turned them in. The little chime the app made when each camera came online. Cars hissed by out front on damp asphalt. Somewhere down the block, a dog barked like it had an opinion on my home security. On my phone, the app showed me 2 little thumbnails, front and back. I tapped each one, watched the live feed stutter into motion. The front cam showed an ordinary suburban scene, a street lamp pooling light on the curb, the neighbor's sedan, my own cracked porch step. The back cam showed darkness, grainy shades of gray, a hint of fence slats, and the vague suggestion of a trash can. Modern life being what it is, the cameras became another piece of background noise. The app pinged every time a car's headlights swept across the porch, or a spider decided to build a web right in front of the lens. The first few nights, I actually opened the clips. Most of it was boring. A raccoon waddled through the backyard at 1:13 a.m., tail ringed, nose busy. The neighbor's cat sauntered along the fence at dawn, giving my camera a look like it knew it was being watched and did not care. Amazon drivers came and went with packages, their vans door slamming and backing up with polite beeps. Wind chimes tinkled faintly from the unit 2 doors down. Sirens rose and fell in the distance, red and blue reflections, sometimes flashing across the empty driveway when a cruiser took the corner too fast. The cam audio had its own peculiar sound. A constant faint hiss in the background, the digital equivalent of holding a seashell to your ear. Every now and then, a car would pass, and the mic would catch the shift in air pressure as the vehicle displaced it, a soft whoomph you would not have noticed with your own ears. I got used to the notifications, the short buzz on my phone, the little icon popping up. Most of the time, I swiped them away without thinking. The cameras were proof nothing strange was happening, and the fact that they kept catching only normal things was supposed to be the point. Then came the night around 3 a.m. I was asleep or close enough to it that the boundary between dream and waking felt thin. In the dream, I was walking down a hallway that kept changing shape, walls sliding in and out like they were breathing. The sound was wrong in the dream too, everything padded, muted, like I had cotton in my ears. I woke up with my heart going too fast and my mouth dry. The red digits on the cheap alarm clock by my bed glowed 3:02 a.m. The bedroom was dark except for that, and the faint gray smear of streetlight leaking around the edges of the blind. The heater under the window hissed softly, pushing lukewarm air. The fridge farther down the hall hummed. A car whispered by outside. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. The vibration rattled against the cheap wood, making a little insect sound. I rolled over and squinted at the screen. Motion alert, front door. It said time-stamped 3:02. At the exact same moment I registered the words, the house dropped out. The heater hiss died mid-breath. The fridge's hum cut clean. The car noise outside cut off like it had driven into a wall. Even the faint tinnitus ring I carry like a souvenir went flat for a heartbeat. The darkness in the room felt thicker, like someone had layered a second shadow over everything. The silence pressed against me, dense and absolute. In that 1-second gap, my skin tightened all over. I could feel my pulse in my gums. For a fraction of time, it felt like I was back in the break room in the garage on the ice. The air had weight. Then the fridge kicked back on with a low shudder. The heater coughed. Somewhere a car door slammed. My phone's screen brightened again as the alert banner slid down. The normal world resumed its usual pretense. Power blip, I whispered to myself, voice small in the dark. Just a blip. I tapped the alert anyway. The app opened to the familiar black and gray interface. A red dot marked the new clip in the front camera's timeline. Length 6 seconds. The thumbnail showed my porch empty, bathed in the jaundiced light from the overhead fixture. I hit play. The video started with the normal porch at 3:02:48 a.m. Nothing moved. The street lamp glowed across the cracked concrete. My front door sat shut, paint peeling near the bottom. A moth flickered at the edge of the frame wings, catching light. The clip advanced. 3:02:49, 3:02:50, the porch stayed empty. At 3:02:51, the image stuttered. The app hesitated, a tiny hiccup in the playback. For a split second, the screen smeared into a blocky wash of pixels like a bad video call freezing. Then, in one frame, it sharpened around something that had not been there before. A tall figure stood at the edge of the porch light, half in shadow. Its back was to the camera shoulders, squared toward the street. It wore a heavy coat, the kind with a big hood and a thick collar, quilted and bulked out in a way that made it hard to see where body ended and gear began. The silhouette was wrong for my climate. This was not a raincoat or a winter parka you buy on sale at a mall. This was gear for somewhere that wanted to kill you if you took your glove off too long. The coat's hood was up fur or something like it, ringing the edge. The pixels that made up the fabric were grainy, but I could see the suggestion of frost clinging to the edge of the hood, a light dusting on the upper seams, the way you get when you have spent hours outside in air so cold, your breath turns into a crust on your clothing. One arm hung at the figure's side, the hand limp. At that resolution, I could not see fingers, just the block of a glove. The other arm was slightly bent, elbow pulled in, as if holding something I could not see, just out of the porch light's reach. Behind and slightly to the side of the figure near the top of the porch steps, the pixels hinted at a faint lighter streak along the ground, as though something had been dragged there. 3:02:51, the timestamp said, burned into the corner of that frozen image. At 3:02:52 it was gone. The next frame showed the porch empty again. No figure, no streak. Just concrete peeling paint, the moth still bumbling near the fixture, like nothing had happened. I scrubbed back and forth along the clipped thumb sliding nervously on the screen. Empty porch. Glitch smear. Figure. Empty porch. The app software tried to smooth the transition, but it could not hide the fact that whatever that shape was, it existed in exactly one frame. Not a second of movement, not a fade in or fade out. Just on then off. This is compression, I muttered. Garbage data. Bug in the app. I said it out loud because saying it makes it more real, or at least it feels like it should. I screenshotted the frame anyway. The still image saved to my gallery with a little soft click. I pinched and zoomed, making the pixels larger until the figure looked like it had been painted in broad strokes. Up close, the frost on the hood looked like scattered white noise, but my brain filled in missing pieces, ice clinging to fabric, the way it does when you have walked through spindrift for miles. The shoulder closest to the camera had a line of lighter specks climbing down it, like snow that had started to melt and then refrozen. The streak on the ground resolved into something that could have been anything, a glitch, a shadow, the app trying to interpolate a moving object. But it reminded me too much of sled tracks, of the way the ice had scarred under runners. The porch itself was bare. No actual snow. Just damp from a drizzle that had passed through earlier that night. Nothing in that image belonged to where I lived, to my zip code, to my climate. I sat there in the dark in my bed, hunched over my phone, the blue light spilling up across my face. The heater whispered. The fridge hummed. A truck growled on the freeway. My thumb hovered over the trash icon. Every part of me that grew up in the real world with real rules said I should keep it. Evidence. Proof that something had glitched. Proof that it was just a camera error. I could send it to the manufacturer, post it to some tech forum. Let 100 strangers explain to me how it was a compression artifact. The other part of me, the part that had stood over a pot with a skull in it, the part that had felt the world cut out and fill with invisible footsteps, did not want that frame on my phone. I hit delete. The app asked if I was sure. I hit yes. The clip vanished from the timeline. The screenshot disappeared from my gallery. The one frame where a man in Arctic gear had stood on my porch, in a climate where you get more rain than snow, was gone. The second it was, my stomach dropped. Proof, I thought. You just erased your proof, as if proof would have made any of this better. I lay back down the mattress, springs, creaking the phone face down on my chest. The heater kept hissing. The fridge kept humming. The camera over the porch kept staring into the dark, capturing nothing, sending me nothing. That was the first time I wondered if whatever had kept those men walking out there had found a way to keep walking here. Chapter 5. The Tracks in My Yard. 5:1. Snow in the suburbs. Where I live, snow is supposed to be an event, not a season. We get the kind that shows up in the forecast, with way too many exclamation points, dumps a powdery inch on people's lawns, shuts down school for a day, and then turns into gray slush by noon. Every couple of years, we get something heavier, the kind the news stations name like a hurricane, and reporters stand in, gesturing at white driveways like they are war zones. That winter, the storm started on a Tuesday night. I was half watching some forgettable show on TV volume low when the weather alert scrolled across the bottom of the screen. The unusual Arctic system, it said big block letters, heavy snow accumulation expected. The meteorologist stood in front of a graphic that showed a blue smear drooling down from Canada over Washington state, like someone had spilled cold paint. Outside, the first flakes were already falling soft little sparks in the street lamp light. By midnight, when I went to bed, the world outside my window was a blurry swirl, snowflakes slanting sideways past the glass. You know the sound of rain. You can hear it. Snow is quieter. It is more of an absence of sound, like the world has put on a thicker coat, and everything underneath is muffled. I fell asleep to that hush, the heater ticking as it cycled the fridge muttering in the kitchen, and some part of me was aware that if the power went out, I would know instantly, even in my sleep. I woke up to a different kind of quiet. It was the kind you do not get many chances to hear in a suburb of fresh snow quiet. The alarm clock said 8:12 a.m., which is later than I usually sleep. But the light through the blinds was that strange, bright gray that makes rooms look like someone turned the saturation down. The heater under the window hummed steadily. I could hear the soft whoosh of air through the vent. The fridge out in the kitchen grumbled softly. Somewhere in the building, a pipe creaked as hot water moved. What I did not hear was the freeway. On a normal weekday morning, even from my little cul-de-sac, you can hear I-5 if you listen. It is a constant, distant ocean roar, a mix of tires and engines, and the occasional angry horn. This morning, there was nothing. No leaf blowers, no construction noise, no neighbor scraping an ice-covered windshield. Just the soft, almost subliminal hiss of more snow, settling on top of what had already fallen, and the occasional crack from a tree limb shifting under new weight. I got up the carpet, cool under my bare feet, and shuffled into the kitchen. The blinds over the small window above the sink were closed, but pale light bled through the slats. I flipped them up with 2 fingers. The world outside looked like someone had taken a familiar photograph and airbrushed all the details smooth. The lawns, the sidewalks, the asphalt of the street, the tops of cars. Everything was covered in a thick, clean layer of snow. No tire tracks, no footprints. Even the little shrubs by my front steps wore domes of white weighed down and rounded. It was beautiful in that way things are when they are brand new and untouched. It also made me uneasy. Snow like that hides imperfections. It hides a lot of things. I made coffee because that is what humans do when we do not know what else to do. The machine gurgled and hissed, the smell filling the kitchen. The heater kicked off for a minute, then back on. The house did its small living creaks. I stood by the window with my mug watching fat flakes still drifting down and told myself I was just appreciating the rare view. A plow went by somewhere down the main road, a sound I recognized even from a distance. That metallic scrape of blade on asphalt, the low diesel rumble. It came closer, then past the sound sliding along like a zipper being pulled slowly. I took a sip of coffee. The mug was warm against my fingers. The world dropped out. The heater stopped mid-cycle, the fan cutting off in a half-breath. The fridge's hum snapped away. The distant plow noise vanished mid-scrape. The faint hiss of falling snow, which I had barely been aware of, flattened into nothing. It was not the soft, padded quiet of a snow day. It was the other quiet. The wrong one. The pressure behind my ears came on harder this time, like the air in the townhouse had thickened. 2 full seconds stretched and warped a tiny eternity. In that stretched moment, with my hand frozen halfway to my mouth, mug suspended, I heard it. Faint but clearer than it had ever been in the house, crisp snow crunching under many feet. Not the slushy, irregular stomp you get from neighbors messing around in boots they wear once a year. This was that dry, brittle squeak of snow so cold, it might as well be glass, each step a sharp, crystalline sound. Dozens of them slightly out of sync, like a line of people moving in the same direction. It sounded close and far at the same time, like it was happening at the bottom of my front steps, and also 3 miles north on a nameless piece of ice. My lungs burned. It took me a second to realize I had clamped down on my breath without noticing. The noise came back in layers. First, the plow already passed, now its rumble fading. Then the heater coughed and pushed warm air into the vent, clacking softly. The fridge restarted with a little rattling shudder. The soft hiss of falling snow seeped back around the edges of the window. I let my breath out slowly, my exhale sounding too loud in the small kitchen. Coffee sloshed in the mug. My hand shook once a tiny tremor. Outside, the perfect surface of snow on my front walk gleamed smooth and untouched. Normal people, I told myself, would put a movie on, read a book, stay inside, post a picture of the snow on social media with a caption about cozy vibes. I went to get my boots. It was not bravery. It was the opposite of bravery. It was a scared animal movement, an urge to be doing something, anything that was normal and controllable, and did not involve standing still, waiting for the world to glitch. Shoveling, I decided, was a normal thing. People shovel snow. People dig their cars out. People complain about their backs afterward. No one sounds crazy when they say I went outside and cleared the steps. I pulled on thermal socks, then my work boots, the ones that still had scuffs from the north slope. Jeans, a long-sleeve shirt, a hoodie, and then my coat. The zipper rasped up, teeth meeting. I shoved my hands into gloves, flexed my fingers, grabbed the cheap plastic shovel from the cleaning closet by the door. At the front door, I hesitated for a second, hand on the knob, listening. The heater hummed behind me. The fridge buzzed. Somewhere upstairs, my neighbor's TV murmured. No drop. Just the layered noise of a winter morning in a small building. I opened the door. Cold hit me in the face like a physical thing, sharp, clean, biting. The kind of cold we usually only get at night here, if at all, made heavier by the sheer amount of snow. The air smelled different too, less like wet asphalt and car exhaust, more like metal and pine and something sterile. Sound was immediately different outside. The snow swallowed most of it. The usual background of cars and trucks from the main road was smothered, turned into a faraway, indistinct hum. The closest noises were small, a snow-laden branch creaking slowly as it shifted, the faint tink of ice sliding off a gutter, my own breath puffing out invisible clouds. Snow had piled up on the small concrete stoop outside my door, a foot deep, in places where the wind had pushed it. The shovel felt light in my hand, the handle plastic and slightly flexy. I took one step forward, boot sinking down, snow squeaking under my weight. I stopped. The sound I had just made my own boot was exactly the sound I had heard in the drop. Not similar, not in the same family, exact. Like someone had recorded that noise on the ice and spliced it here. My heart did something unpleasant in my chest. My grip tightened on the shovel. I lifted my eyes from my own feet and looked out over the small front yard. The snow was not untouched. It should have been. No one had walked yet. The storm had only just started easing. The neighbor's car still sat half buried at the curb, its windshield a smooth white slope. There were no tire tracks in the street, no dog prints on the sidewalk. Across my yard, from one side of the property line to the other, ran a single line of footprints. They entered from the left, near where the low shared hedge separated my patch of grass from my neighbor's. They crossed the yard at a shallow diagonal, climbing the small slope, passing within maybe 6 feet of my front steps, then continuing on toward the chain-link fence that bordered the back of the lot. They did not lead to my door. They did not veer or meander like someone out playing in the snow. They were a straight, patient path, as if whoever had made them did not care about my house, only about getting from some point beyond the hedge to some other point beyond the fence. The prints were crisp. Each one was a neat depression, edges sharp, about 12 or 13 inches long, with a pattern on the bottom that did not look like any of the sneakers or work boots I saw at the warehouse every day. The tread was a grid of rectangles and chevrons with a raised oval in the middle. Between each print, the snow was smooth, undisturbed. No drag marks like someone had shuffled. No stagger. The spacing was consistent. Whoever it was had walked with a steady, measured gait. If I squinted, I could almost lay the memory of the expedition's line over it, like tracing paper. Step, step, step. Behind the line of prints, at about ankle height, the snow on either side of the path was slightly ridged, as if something low and narrow had passed along with the walker brushing the surface, like the edge of a sled. 5.2. The footprints, for a second. I just stood there on the stoop, shovel in my hand, brain refusing to line up the pieces it was seeing. The tracks did not belong in my little suburban yard. They looked like the wrong texture pasted onto the picture, too clean, too deliberate, marching from one boundary to another, as if my property was just a sheet of paper someone had drawn a line across. I stepped down off the stoop, carefully planting my boot beside, not on the nearest print. Snow squeaked under my weight, that same high, brittle sound I had heard in the silence drops and on the ice fields. My breath puffed white in front of me, the air biting at the inside of my nose. Up close, the path was clearer. The line of footprints came in from behind the house. They emerged from the far edge of the yard, where a narrow alley ran behind the row of townhouses and trash cans and recycling bins usually sat in a ragged line. Someone had vaulted or squeezed through the chain-link fence back there. The fence itself sagged under snow, but there were no handprints in the powder on top of it, no scuffs on the metal. The prints simply began on my side of the fence, as neatly as if the walker had stepped out of a doorway that did not exist. From there, they cut across the yard, diagonally climbing the slight slope, passing within 6 or 7 feet of my front steps. Then, they continued toward the street, crossed the small patch of communal grass by the sidewalk, and disappeared at the curb where the white ended and the plow tracks had chewed the asphalt into a slushy mess. No coming and going. No approach from the street and retreat back to it. Just a single unbroken path, alley to curb, like the person or the thing had had no interest in anything except moving along that line. I crouched beside one of the prints, the shovel-forgotten point down in the snow. Cold soaked up through my knee as it pressed into the powder. My gloved hand hovered over the depression fingers, itching to touch the edge and equally desperate not to. The print was deep. Whatever had made it was heavy or carrying weight or both. The heel mark was clean, the toe packed down hard. Compared to the tread from my own boot, which left a round, familiar pattern, this one looked wrong. I leaned closer. The tread was a series of concentric ovals, one inside the other, like ripples frozen in place. Around the edges were half-worn blocks of rubber chevrons that had lost their sharpness. Near the center, the raised oval had a faint indentation pattern, almost like a manufacturer's logo that had been scuffed down by years of use. I had never seen boots like that at the warehouse. I had never seen boots like that in any big box aisle. But they were familiar in a way that made my stomach hollow out. I had seen them from a distance, through binoculars, hands shaking against cheap plastic. on the north slope under pale legs that staggered and dragged, pressed into hard-packed snow in a line that bled off toward the horizon. "You're just mapping patterns where there aren't any," I muttered to myself, my breath fogging the air above the track. Lots of boots have weird tread. Could be some hipster brand. Could be some surplus thing. The snow around us did its snow day impression of silence. Somewhere 2 houses down, a metal shovel scraped across a driveway, the sound muffled and distant, followed by the soft grunt of effort and the slide of wet slush. A dog barked once, then again, the sound dampened by the weather like someone shouting through a pillow. My own breathing sounded too loud inside my hood, amplified by the fabric. The rustle of my coat when I shifted made me flinch. I moved along the line print to print, careful to stay off it, following its trajectory like a surveyor. The spacing was consistent. Each step was maybe 2.5 feet from the next, long enough that I pictured someone tall trudging steadily. No stagger, no missteps, no signs of stopping or turning. At the side of the house, the path passed under the kitchen window. I stopped there and stood up, the realization settling in layers. From outside the kitchen window was just a rectangle of slightly fogged glass, the blinds tilted open an inch or two at the bottom. Inside the table where I'd stood with my coffee that morning sat a few feet back. The line of prints ran close enough that if I had been sitting there during the night, legs tucked under the chair, someone walking that exact line could have reached out and put their hand against the glass. The thought hit me with a vertigo that had nothing to do with height. I imagined it 3 a.m, my townhouse dark except for the faint glow from the digital clock on the stove. Snow falling in thick curtains, muffling the world. Inside, my alarm not due for hours, my body turned toward dream. The silence drop hits power blips, everything holds its breath, and just outside the glass, in that brief slice of wrong time, a figure in heavy gear pauses inches from the thin pane, invisible to me, but maybe not to whatever it is that keeps plucking the background noise out of my life. I forced myself to turn away from the window and keep following the path. From the kitchen side, the line cut across the front yard toward the street. It did not veer to avoid the little shrub by the walkway. It went right past it, brushing close enough that snow had been knocked off one side of the leaves. The bush's outline was now lopsided, one half domed smoothly in white, the other half dark green and dripping where contact had shaken the load free. At the sidewalk, the prints stepped off the curb into the slush and vanished. The plow's work had erased everything beyond that point, leaving only brown, churned snow and dirty tire tracks bleeding a wet line down the center of the street. From curb to alley, it was one clean line. No loopbacks, no hesitation. Somebody cutting through, I said out loud because the alternative tasted worse. Shortcut from the alley. Weird boots. That's all. But if someone had come from the alley, why were there no prints leading up to my fence on the other side? Why no matching path in my neighbor's yard? The wind had not been strong enough to erase an entire approach. In the same time, it had left these tracks untouched. The snow on the hedges and fences was smooth. Only my yard wore that single, purposeful wound. I walked back along the line until I stood in front of the kitchen window again. I could see my reflection in the glass, now hat pulled low, scarf up, face narrowed with something between concentration and fear. Behind my reflection, faint in the dim interior, I could see the outline of my table, the chair I always used, the coffee mug still sitting there from earlier, a ring of brown at the bottom. If I shifted a few inches to the right, my reflection lined up almost perfectly with the spot where the prints came closest to the window. For half a second, it looked like I was standing both inside and outside, overlapping with myself, at the point where the tracks and my routine collided. The memory of the ice came down over the scene like tracing paper. In my mind, the yard stretched the fence, falling away the neighboring houses, flattening into low ridges of drift. The prints lengthened backward into the distance, multiplying, connecting to the faint depressions we had followed on the machines. I was standing halfway between two maps, one laid over the other, my little patch of suburbia and the white expanse of the North Slope. Step, step, step. I could almost see the line of them, moving heads, down shoulders, hunched boots biting into snow. The sled's runners cutting twin grooves behind the occasional body, added to the pile the tarp sagging over shapes that used to be people. The sound of their progression overlapped with the tiny real sounds of my neighborhood digging itself out, a shovel scraping a distant car engine, revving futilely, someone laughing nervously as they slipped. For a moment, everything blurred. It did not feel like they once walked somewhere far away anymore. It felt like a path that had not stopped, just folded, routed through my backyard, on its way to someplace I did not want to picture. "What are you looking at?" The voice snapped the trance cleanly in two. I jerked shovel handle, squeaking in my gloves, heart jammed in my throat. I turned. Across the property line, standing in the shoveled strip of their own driveway, was my neighbor's kid. 11, maybe 12, wrapped in a puffy blue coat and a hat with ear flaps. He had a too big shovel leaning against one shoulder, the handle nearly as tall as he was. His cheeks were red from the cold, his breath puffing out in excited bursts. He nodded at my untouched steps, then at the line of prints. "You want help?" he asked. Like we were just two people looking at an ordinary yard on an ordinary snow day. "My dad says I can make $5 a house." The normalcy of it hit like a wave. Heat of embarrassment followed right behind. What did I look like out here in the cold, staring at the ground like I'd lost something? I cleared my throat, adjusted my grip on the shovel, tried to make my voice sound casual. "Nah, I got it," I said. "Thanks though. You're hustling out here." He grinned, teeth bright, practically glowing against the gray morning. "Yeah," he said. "Snow doesn't shovel itself." He trudged back toward his own driveway, boots squeaking in cheerful, harmless little crunches. A car down the street spun its tires, then caught. Somewhere, someone whooped, sled runners scraping on packed snow. I turned back to my yard, to the line of prints slicing it in two. Outside, I started calculating how much work it would take to clear the walk, how long before the plow buried the end of my driveway. Inside, without wanting to, I was measuring something else, the angle between those footprints and the wall behind my bed. 5.3. Sleepwalking or something else. That night, I could not blame the ice for what was in my head. The snow was right outside my door. I lay in bed on my back blanket pulled up to my chest, the room lit only by the soft red glow of the alarm clock. 1:43 a.m. The heater under the window hummed steadily, breathing warm air into the room. The house made its small ticking noises as wood and drywall adjusted to the new weight of snow on the roof. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that line of prints. There is a point where your brain, desperate for an explanation, starts turning the knife on you instead of on the world. By 2 a.m, mine had reached that point. What if it was you, the thought whispered. What if all of this is just you? I turned it over, trying to make it fit. Sleepwalking was not something I had ever done as far as I knew, but people start new habits under stress. There were stories about it, people cooking entire meals or driving their cars while their conscious mind stayed blank. Compared to that, walking in a straight line through your snowy yard was tame. I replayed the day hour by hour. I had come inside around noon, boots stamped off on the mat by the door laces loosened. I had taken them off there, socks damp at the toes, and tossed the socks into the laundry basket. The boots had stayed by the door. I had made food, watched the news recycle the same historic snow event footage, answered a text from Jeff, where we both pretended everything was normal. Somewhere between 10 and 11, I had locked the front door, checked the deadbolt twice, and gone to bed. If I had gotten up in the night, opened the door, and gone outside, the house should have told on me. It should have carried proof. I rolled out of bed and patted down the hallway, the carpet cool under my feet. The heater's hum followed me, the fridge's compressor toneless in the dark. I did not turn any lights on. The snow outside was still bright enough that it leaked soft light through the blinds, making the edges of furniture glow. At the front door, I stopped and looked down. The mat inside was dry. No melted puddles, no dark dampness where wet boots had sat. The boots themselves were exactly where I had left them earlier, side by the wall laces still loose, crusted with the first pass of snow from my earlier step outside. If I had put them on again, the pattern of melt on the rubber would be different. There would be fresh, wet streaks on the mat, slush on the tiles. I reached out and ran my fingers over one of the boots. The leather was cold, but not that fresh from snow cold. It felt like it had been sitting in an unheated entryway all evening, undisturbed. There was no damp footprint trail from the door to the bedroom. No stray flecks of snow kicked under the baseboard. My socks from earlier were still balled up in the laundry basket, stiff where they had dried. If it had been me, I had left no physical trace of myself coming or going. I went back to bed anyway, because where else was I going to go at 2:30 in the morning with those thoughts? The heater clicked off as I got under the covers, the sudden absence of its hum making the fridge's rasp louder. Outside, a truck downshifted on the freeway, its engine growling low as it took some invisible grade. I lay on my side, staring at the faint shape of the door. The house's night noises settled into their usual rough rhythm. The vent rattled once when the heater cycled back on. The fridge vibrated through its compressor's stages, rough start, smoother middle, then a slight hitch before it would cut out again. The building shifted under the weight of all that new snow, emitting the occasional soft pop, like someone far away snapping a knuckle. I listened, waiting. The smoke detector chirped once. A single sharp, high-pitched beep from the hall front center drilled straight into my spine. It was the kind of sound that bypasses the part of your brain that likes language and hits whatever ancient lizard bit handles danger. My heart shot into my throat. I flinched so hard the mattress springs squeaked, breath catching mid-inhale. For a second, I half expected the silence drop to follow, for the house to cut out, for the world to hold its breath around that single electronic peep. Then the heater kept humming. The fridge kept grinding. A car went by, outside tires hissing on slush. The smoke detector stayed quiet. Low battery warning my rational brain supplied belatedly. 3 in the morning is the favorite time for those. I lay there, pulse slowly dragging itself back down from the ceiling, and admitted that I was not going to drift off on my own. My brain was too wound, too ready to snap at every little sound. At some point, despite all that sleep took me anyway. It did not take me anywhere good. In the dream, I was back on the ice, but it was not any specific place I recognized. It was just white. No horizon, no sky. Just an endless flat field of brightness under my boots and a sky the same color above, so that it felt like we were walking inside a blank page. We. There was a line of us. I knew I was in a line without having to see everyone. I could sense them behind me, the weight of their presence like pressure at my back. Ahead of me, someone walked in my footprints, or I walked in theirs, I could not tell which. All I could really see was their parka hood fur ruff, stiff with frost shoulders hunched. Each step I took, the snow under my boots squeaked. Loud. Too loud. The sound was wrong for the open space. It was as if the snow was right next to my ears instead of under my feet. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Each sound piled on the last until it became a continuous grinding static. I tried to call out to the person in front of me to say their name, or any name, but when I opened my mouth, my breath crystallized before the sound could form. It fell around me in little shards, tinkling like broken glass hitting ice. "Hey!" I tried again. My voice did not come out. The snow answered for me louder, each step a shout. Every time I sped up, trying to come alongside the figure ahead, the distance stayed exactly the same. I lengthened my stride until my legs burned lungs, pulling in knives, but their back never got closer. I could see the seam of their hood, the dark fabric of their coat, but not their face. Finally, in the dream way, I managed to reach them. I lunged forward, hand out, and grabbed their shoulder. It felt like grabbing cold canvas stretched over nothing. They turned their head. Inside the hood, there was no head, no face, no skull. Just an empty space, the fabric collapsing inward slightly around a void. The hood's fur ringed an absence that seemed to suck in the light. The line kept moving behind us, boots grinding snow, and now I could not tell if I was the empty one or they were. The sound of crunching snow grew louder and louder, until it drowned out everything, the wind, our breathing, any thought I might have had. It filled my ears, a deafening, endless chew. I woke up with my jaw clenched so hard my teeth hurt. The room was dark. The alarm clock glowed 3:19. For a second lying there, I was sure I could still hear it. Not in my head, in my ears. That exact snow crunch, layered and overlapping, not matching the stillness of my townhouse. I swung my legs out of bed, the carpet rough under my bare feet, and walked down the hall toward the kitchen. The house felt slightly off, like I had woken up between seconds instead of in one. In the kitchen, the ink-dark window above the sink reflected a pale, tired version of my face. Streetlights seeped around the edges of the blinds. The fridge hummed. The heater blew a soft stream of warm air along the baseboard. Somewhere outside, a plow's distant scrape echoed, muted by snow. I got a glass from the cabinet and turned on the tap. Water gushed into the sink, noisy, too bright. I filled the glass, turned the faucet off, and leaned on the counter with one hand, the other wrapped around the cool cylinder. The drop hit while I was looking at my own hand. The heater cut off mid-blow. The fridge's hum vanished. The faint plumbing noises in the wall went still. Outside, the plow's scrape stopped dead, like someone had cut an audio file halfway through. The silence that came down was total. It pinned me to the spot. Behind my ears, pressure. In my chest, something like a held breath that was not mine. The glass felt slick in my grip, my fingers tingling. And under all that, at a volume that should not have been possible in a drywall box 10 miles from the nearest real snowfield, I heard it. Footsteps in snow, not one pair, many. Dozens of individual crunches, slightly out of sync, stacked together into a relentless, granular roar. It did not come from a particular direction. It was not upstairs or downstairs or outside the window. It was everywhere and nowhere, as if the sound had been piped in from a different place and layered over my life. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Like the dream, but not dream muffled. Clear. Real. I squeezed my eyes shut, and for a moment I saw the tracks in my yard burned onto the inside of my eyelids, then the ones on the ice, then the one frame from the camera I had erased. The fridge kicked back on with a thump. The heater coughed. Somewhere a car spun its tires and caught engine revving. The footsteps stopped as cleanly as if someone had lifted a needle off a record. My hand hurt. I realized I was crushing the edge of the countertop, my knuckles blanched white against the laminate tendons standing out under the skin. My other hand shook water in the glass, trembling. I stayed like that for a long time, gripping the counter until the ache in my fingers finally convinced me to let go. 6.1. The reason to return. I did not go back north because I needed the money. That is the story I told other people, but it is not the truth. The call came on a Wednesday afternoon while I was under a forklift in the warehouse, grease on my hands, local radio mumbling about traffic and rain. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I finished tightening the bolt I was on, slid out from under the machine, and checked the screen. Unknown number, Alaska area code. For a second, my stomach dropped like a bad elevator. I almost let it go to voicemail. Then I thumbed it green. Mark, a man's voice asked, too bright, too professional. "This is Tyler with Northridge Contracting. You worked for us on the slope a few seasons back." "Yeah," I thought. Understatement. He talked fast, the way office guys do when they have practiced the pitch. Short-term winter project. Infrastructure work near an airstrip and a section of ice road. Good pay, hazard bonus flights, covered standard 2-on 2-off rotation. My name had come up because I already knew the layout, the crew routines, the way the cold up there had its own personality. "I know you've been doing lower 48 work," he said, as if my entire life since leaving was a bullet point. "But this is a tight window, couple of hitches tops. We'd love to have experienced hands up there, especially from folks who were familiar with the site during the incident." He did not say expedition bodies or skull. He said incident like the word had been in an email first. I leaned against the forklift tire, listening to him talk. The warehouse sounds washing around me. Concrete echo, distant pallet jack. Some guy laughing too loud at something 2 rows over. Underneath all that, the familiar hum of big ceiling fans, the low growl of the building existing. I almost said no. The word was right there, pushing against my teeth. Then he mentioned the rate and something shifted. The money was good. Not life-changing, but more than enough to make the part of my brain that liked numbers sit up. The louder part, though, the one I had been trying not to listen to, whispered something else. "If you go back, maybe it stops." The drops, the one-frame glitch on my camera, the tracks in my yard, snow footsteps woven into my house's quiet. Maybe all of that was leftover charge, static. If trauma has an origin point, maybe standing on that ground again, seeing it empty, would discharge whatever I had been carrying. Close the loop. It was a childish thought, the emotional equivalent of believing you can keep thunder away by counting correctly after lightning. But fear does not care about logic. It just wants a plan. "Can I think on it?" I asked. "Of course," Tyler said, and then immediately boxed me in. "We do need a firm answer by Friday to get you in the next rotation." I hung up and walked to the break room. The vending machine hummed. Someone's leftover lunch stunk up the microwave. I stared at the table for a while, listening to the building's mechanical heart and the smaller organs, fans, motors, compressors keeping pace. By Friday, I had talked myself into it. When I told people at the warehouse I was heading back up north for a few hitches, nobody asked why. They just nodded like it made sense. Up there, the money is better. The costs are different. The airport felt like a copy of a memory. Same early flight, that particular brand of fluorescent exhaustion at the gate. People in high-vis jackets, steel-toe boots, company logos on hoodies worn thin at the cuffs. Everyone holding the same travel mug, the same battered duffel bags, different names on their ID badges. The intercom announced boarding in that flat airport, cadence half machine, half bored human. On the plane, I buckled into a narrow seat that felt exactly like every other narrow seat I had ever endured. The engines spun up with a rising whine that vibrated through the floor and into my chest. As we climbed, the world below scaled down. City streets turned into thin gray lines. Houses became pixels. Clouds swallowed everything, a thick white nothing pressing against the windows. When we broke through again, the landscape had changed. Patches of snow knitted together into vast sheets. Rivers turned into pale scars, frozen and still. The color palette flattened white, gray, black with the occasional shadow pretending to be something more. The engine drone settled into a steady, numbing roar. The guy next to me dozed off, mouth open, breathing loud enough to fight the noise. My ears buzzed in that unpleasant way they do when pressure changes and your body is slow to catch up. I swallowed several times, feeling the pop. I waited for the world to cut out mid-flight, just to prove that whatever was following me did not care about altitude. It did not. The engines kept humming. The plane shuddered normally, with pockets of rough air. No one else seemed to notice me white-knuckling the armrest. Stepping off the plane onto the north slope again was like déjà vu with a hangover. The cold hit first thin and sharp, sawing through layered clothing, seizing the bare skin under my eyes and around my mouth. The sky was a hard, pale blue that did not look like it cared about the people under it. The engine noise from the small plane roared in the open air, louder without the cabin walls. The snow on the tarmac had been scraped into dirty ridges along the edges, ice shining through in places. My ears did the little buzz again when I walked from the plane to the shuttle, that weird interior sound, like someone rubbing a finger around the rim of a glass. Memories snapped into place around it. The pot, the camp, the line on the ice. I shoved them away, focused on the here and now. Boots on frozen ground. The hiss of my breath in the scarf. The clack of equipment under other people's feet. The camp had tried to dress itself up in the years since. The main building wore new paint, a shade of off-white that looked like it had been chosen by committee. Safety posters were fresher fonts, updated slogans more polished. There were extra handrails in the stairwell, new laminated signs about critical incident reporting, and support resources pinned up where nobody would read them twice. But the bones were the same. The hallway to the bunks still echoed in that hollow way, every footstep doubling back at you. The air still smelled like a mix of diesel, old coffee chemical cleaner, and wet fabric. The shop bay still sat where it always had, opening toward the yard. The generator's low, teeth-rattling hum seeped through the floor. The break room was almost a time capsule. Same battered table with carved initials and cigarette burn scars from a time before the smoking policy went strict. Same weird, mismatched chairs that creaked in familiar protest. The Coke machine in the corner still gave out a groan every minute or so, as if it resented being asked to chill anything in this place. Someone had hung a generic motivational poster on one wall, mountains the word endurance in big letters, but the corners were already peeling. And over the sink above the chipped counter, the same small window. My feet took me there before my brain had fully decided. I stepped up, coffee cup warm in my hand, and looked out. Yard lights washed everything in harsh sodium orange. Beyond the packed-down snow and equipment, the landscape dissolved into darkness and flat white. No line of figures, no sled. Just the wind pushing fine snow across the surface in restless shifting patterns. My reflection looked back at me faintly in the glass. Older, sure. Different. But still the same guy who had stood here and watched something tear a hole in his understanding of how people break. Careful, you'll wear a groove in the glass. I turned. Jeff stood by the coffee pot, older and softer around the edges, but unmistakable. His beard had more gray in it now, his hairline had retreated, and there were new lines bracketing his mouth, but his eyes, sharp, assessing a little amused, were the same. "You came back?" he said, eyebrows up. "Guess they finally upped the bribe enough." "Or my standards dropped," I said. "Could go either way." We shook hands, that awkward half-clasp guys use when they are not sure if they are supposed to hug. There was a brief, solid grip. Then we both let go fast, like we had touched something hot. "How's the lower 48? He asked, filling his mug. "Still got people driving into ditches when it rains." "About the same," I said. "How's the ghost business?" He snorted. "Depends who you ask. New guys heard some story about the cannibal hikers from somebody's cousin's cousin. Old guys pretend nothing weird ever happened. Management calls it a tragic incident with external contractors, and then changes the subject." He glanced toward the window, then back at me. "Some of us," he added, "keep the legend in a box with the other stuff we don't drink enough to forget." His tone made it sound like a joke, but his hand shook a little when he took a sip of coffee. That first day back blurred into safety briefings and paperwork, emergency procedures, equipment checkouts, names without faces, faces without names. My badge photo looked like someone trying not to look as tired as he felt. By the time my first night shift started, the camp had settled into its usual nocturnal rhythm. People moving softer voices lower the day's big noises, replaced by smaller, more personal ones. Doors shutting, pages turning, phones buzzing in bunks. The generator's hum felt heavier in the dark, like it had more to carry. The shop was mine for a few hours. A loader in for maintenance. A couple of trucks needing filters swapped and hoses checked. The big door was closed against the wind, but fine snow still snuck in around the edges, pooling in tiny, dusty drifts near the threshold. The soundtrack was every night I had ever worked here. Generator underfoot, shop radio, barely catching some station from far away, the small space heater in the corner, wheezing out lukewarm air. Tools clanked. Metal echoed. My breathing sounded loud when I bent over an engine. Around 4 in the morning, because it is always around 4 in the morning, the world hiccuped. The radio died mid-lyric, the singer's voice chopped clean in half. The space heater's fan stuttered and stopped. The loader's cab light, which had been on over my head, stayed lit, but the faint buzz that came with it winked out. Under everything, the generator's low growl cut off like someone had ripped the cord from the wall. The wind outside, which had been droning against the sheet metal, fell completely silent. The quiet that flooded in was not just absence. It had structure. Weight. The same wrong density silence I had learned to recognize in my kitchen, my yard, the grocery store. Here in the place where it had first introduced itself, it felt deeper, like returning to a room and finding it smaller than you remembered, but more crowded. My hand froze on the wrench. I could hear my pulse in my ears, a steady drum. Behind that, for just a fraction of a second, something else tried to thread its way in. Crunch. Then the generator kicked back to life with a shudder. The radio snapped in with a burst of static and a half bar of guitar. The heater whined, the wind resumed its assault on the walls. I stood there in the humming, rattling shop skin prickling under my layers, and knew two things with a kind of cold certainty. Coming back had not reset anything, and whatever was tied to that line on the ice still had business here. 6.2. The new search. You would think an incident like that would make people never want to go near that area again. You would be wrong. On the slope, stories breed faster than safety memos. It did not take long after I came back for the old camp to seep into conversation again, in little sideways ways. Somebody in the mess hall mentioned in that half-joking, half-testing tone that one of the seismic monitors a few miles out had recorded funny blips during the last storm. Not quakes, not equipment trucks, just a string of vibrations from the general direction where the expedition's camp had once been. Probably wind, somebody said, stabbing at their eggs. Ice shifting. Probably ghosts, somebody else said, not looking up. Then there were the lights. A couple of night shift guys who smoked outside claimed they had seen something low on the horizon, little glows, not like the high, steady burn of the tower beacons or the bouncing beams of snow machines. These were closer to the ground. Flickering, slow. Could be flares, one of them said. Somebody lost their mind and went camping where they shouldn't. Could be mirages, another offered. Light bending weird over the ice. Could be you're all idiots, the superintendent muttered, but the tension in his jaw gave him away. The official line from management was that the old camp area was monitored and off-limits for anything not explicitly authorized. The unofficial reality was that if something started pinging monitors and showing up in workers' peripheral vision, someone was going to want eyes on it. A few days after my first night back, they assembled a small recon team. Briefing room stripped of any drama. Fluorescent lights, a whiteboard with crude map lines, the coffee machine hissing in the corner. The superintendent stood in front of a taped-up satellite printout that showed our camp, the ice roads, and a shaded circle where the seismic sensor had gotten weird. State wants us to log any anomalies, he said. Company wants us to be able to say we went and looked. We are not going out there to play hero. We are not going out there to do our own investigation. We are going out to confirm there is nothing stupid happening on our lease. Clear. He pointed at the circle on the map. This is roughly where the old campsite was. The actual location has been stripped and flagged, but the area around it is still just out there. You'll go out, run a quick grid record GPS, take some photos if you see anything that needs it, then come back. Radio's on. No cowboy bullshit. He picked 3 names off the list. Harris was one of them. Of course he was. Another was a young safety guy, Nate, who had not been around for the original incident, but tried hard to look like it did not freak him out. The third name he read was mine. Question he asked, looking at us. My mouth was dry. We staying on machines the whole time, I asked, because that sounded like a reasonable thing to care about. We'll dismount near the coordinates, he said. Fuel's too expensive to drive circles out there. You'll walk a little. Stay within line of sight. This is a box check, not a safari. On paper, that was all it was, a box to be checked, so numbers and letters in a system somewhere would line up and look appropriate at the next audit. In my chest, it felt like something else. On the way to the gear room, Harris caught my shoulder. You sure about this? He asked quietly. No, I said equally quietly, but I'm going. He searched my face for a second, then nodded. Keep your ears open, he said. You know what I mean. We suited up, layers on layers. Thermal base mid-layer insulated coveralls, balaclavas, goggles, helmets with comms. The kind of gear that makes you feel both protected and slow, like you are wearing a padded cell. Sound changed as the layers went on. The world outside my head got muffled. My own breathing got louder inside the helmet. Zippers rasped, Velcro ripped, clips snapped. Outside, the cold grabbed any exposed skin and pinched. The 3 snow machines sat waiting, noses pointed toward the white beyond the yard lights. Engines coughed to life one by one, 2-stroke chatter rising into the air. The vibration under my thighs as I swung a leg over the seat felt both familiar and wrong, like muscle memory had gotten ahead of wisdom. Comms check, Nate's voice came through the headset, tinny and eager. 2 clear, Harris replied. 3 clear, I said. We rolled out past the last building, past the last light onto the ice road. The world narrowed to the oval of my headlight, the red dots of the others' taillights, and the endless, flat white around us. The soundscape out here was simple. Engine beneath me, a constant throbbing whine. Wind pressing against my chest and helmet roaring when I lifted my head, softening when I tucked it down. Occasionally, the radio popped when someone keyed their mic, a burst of static like someone clearing their throat. Every bump in the ice translated up through the sled into my spine. The runners hissed over packed snow. The cold found tiny gaps at my wrists and neck and seeped in like it was alive. It felt like driving into a memory I had no control over. Same direction, same general distance. Different circumstances, sure, but my body did not care. It remembered the last time we had followed tracks out here and what we had found at the end. I kept my eyes on the horizon, on the faint shift in color that meant land features or drifts or something other than flat blankness. In my peripheral vision, the snow blurred into a static hiss. Out here, you learn quickly not to trust every dark patch your brain wants to turn into a shape. We checked in occasionally more to prove we were still there than because there was anything new to say. "How's it looking up front?" Nate asked, once his voice slightly shaky despite the attempt at casual. "Like snow," Harris answered. "Don't worry if a haunted tour group shows up, I'll ask them for a ticket." "Copy that," Nate said, but he did not laugh. As we got closer to the coordinates, I started recognizing the terrain not visually exactly, but in the way the land felt. The way the wind slid differently over certain rises. The subtle hollow at the bottom of a dip that made your stomach do a little roll. The tilt of the horizon where it met the frozen lake. The GPS chirped in my pocket when we crossed an invisible line. Harris raised his gloved hand in a signal and began to slow. We eased off the throttle's engines, dropping pitch until we were idling side by side. Here he said into the comms, "We're in the radius. Kill engines. Ears on." One by one, we shut the machines down. The sudden drop from engine noise to no engine noise is always a small shock. Your ears keep expecting the vibration that is no longer there. Out here, it felt like more than just machines going quiet. The wind still moved, but it seemed to do it more politely now, its roar smoothed down to a low hiss. The three of us dismounted boots, hitting snow with soft thuds. My helmet's padding made my own breath sound louder, the rush of air in and out of my lungs, filling the space between heartbeats. The ice out here had a different kind of silence than the camp. There, the quiet was always negotiating with the generator hum the building's guts. Here, the baseline was nothing, and whatever sound you made was your own fault. The machines pinged softly as their engines cooled little metallic ticks. Our boots crunched as we shifted our weight. Clothing rustled. The radios, temporarily idle, hissed faintly with their own electronic breath. The land itself felt scarred is the only word I have for it. The camp, the tents, the fire ring, the pot, all of that had been removed years ago. To someone who did not know, this was just another patch of ice, no different from any other. But I knew where the tents had been. I knew where the fire ring had sat. My feet remembered the layout even if my eyes saw only white. "You feel that?" Harris asked quietly on the channel. Feel what Nate asked too quickly. "Like the place is waiting to see what stupid thing we'll do next," Harris said. "Stay sharp, no wandering. We do a quick scan, log coordinates, get out." We moved out in a loose line, each of us taking a slice of the invisible circle the GPS had given us. I kept my eyes down, scanning for anything that was not snow, a scrap of fabric, a bit of metal left from the cleanup, a discolored patch where something had burned or bled through. There was nothing obvious, just drift patterns and wind-sculpted ridges. I listened harder than I looked. The wind hissed. The snow under my boots squeaked with that familiar high, brittle sound. The little ticks from the cooling machines faded. The radios were quiet, except for occasional breaths. I caught myself holding my own breath, waiting for that other kind of silence, the one that steals even the wind that presses in from all sides. It did not come. The environment stayed on its low-volume, steady track, normal for a place that tries to kill you. It did not make me feel any better. We walked in slow arcs. The sky was an indifferent gray. My eyes watered from the cold lashes freezing together at the corners. I blinked, and they crackled. 15 minutes in, I had almost convinced myself this was exactly what the superintendent had said. It was a box check, a way to relabel old fear as due diligence and file it away. I could imagine writing the report already. No new structures or activity observed in previously affected area, seismic anomalies likely due to ice movement. Then Nate's voice cut across the channel high and tight. Hey, Harris Mark. You guys might want to see this. There is a tone people have when they are trying to sound calm and failing. It makes every hair on your body stand up. Where you at? Harris asked, already turning toward the voice. Nate rattled off his GPS coordinates, but honestly, we did not need them. His body language did the work. He was standing a dozen yards away, slightly ahead of where I had been walking, his stance frozen mid-step. One boot planted, the other half lifted, like he had been about to move forward and thought better of it. He was staring at the ground in front of him. We crunched over boots, biting into the snow breath hard in our helmets. Each step sounded too loud, like we were stomping towards something we should have been sneaking up on. Tracks, Nate said as we reached him, voice thin. Someone's been here. I looked down. Fresh depressions pocked the snow, running in a line across the whiteness, too clean, too deliberate, exactly where no one had any reason to be. 6.3. Fresh prints in old snow. At first, my brain filed them under animal sign. Out here, if you see small depressions in snow, you assume fox, maybe caribou, something that belongs. Then my eyes caught the shape, and the animal excuse evaporated. These were footprints. Human. Boot prints. They ran in a single file, angling across a drifted patch of snow where the wind had piled it and then left it mostly alone. The depressions were clean edges, sharp. No sagging walls, no blown-in ridges softening them. Whatever had made them had done it recently. This has to be from the cleanup crew, Nate said, but his voice did not sound convinced even to himself. Or survey. Someone missed a memo. I stepped closer, slow, like getting too close might spook them. Fresh snow lay all around us, sculpted and erased by wind. We were standing on top of several seasons' worth of weather. Anything from the original expedition should have been fossilized deep layers down if it showed at all. These prints pressed into the top skin, sitting on this winter's surface like they had been laid down last night. I crouched beside one, my knee whining in protest under the layers of insulation. My own boot prints sat next to it, ordinary, ugly, the tread pattern I knew by heart squares and rectangles, standard issue. The print in front of me was wrong in exactly the way I expected. The tread was a series of concentric ovals, one nested inside the other like ripples frozen into rubber. Around the perimeter, half-worn chevrons radiated outward, their edges rounded by use, not weather. In the center, that faint suggestion of an oval logo, abraded and half erased. Snow packed into the grooves, clean and bright. My stomach dropped, leaving the rest of me floating. Yard, I thought. Kitchen window. The line in the Arctic years ago. The same pattern overlaying different places like a stamp. Harris knelt on the other side of the track, his joints cracking audibly through his suit. His gloved hand hovered over the print, not quite touching. "That look familiar to you?" he asked quietly, his voice flattened by the calm. "It shouldn't," I said. "But yeah." Nate shuffled closer, boots crunching. "Could be old," he said. "Just preserved in a drift. Right wind exposes it looks fresh, but it's from back then. He wanted it to be true so badly, I could almost taste it. I shook my head. Look at the edges, I said. They're crisp. No sublimation, no sag. This hasn't been sitting through a dozen freeze-thaw cycles, and drift snow doesn't stay this neat after years. It morphs. Harris shifted his weight, snow squeaking. And even if somehow it did, he added, "Where's the rest?" We scraped this area clean with heavy equipment during the recovery. You remember the trenches? If there'd been a preserved trail, they'd have torn it up. This is on top. The line of prints ran behind us from a more open patch of flat ice toward a zone where the wind had had its way, scouring the surface down to hard glazed layers. On that side, the trail simply stopped. No leading up, no fading into older layers, just prints, then nothing. On the other end, toward the direction of the old camp, the line progressed for maybe 20 steps, then hit an area the wind had chewed raw, blue-white ice showing like bone. Any continuation was gone. No snow machine tracks intersected it. No splayed marks where someone might have dismounted, walked a bit, and turned around. Just this one deliberate line. Could still be a prank, Nate said after a moment, a little too loud. You know how guys are. Somebody gets their hands on some old-style boots, comes out here on a day off, makes a trail, laughs their ass off later when people freak out. I looked up at him, then at Harris. We did not need to say anything. The look we exchanged did it for us. Out here, you do not waste fuel time or fingers on a joke that requires riding into a restricted zone in the kind of cold that cracks plastic. You definitely do not do it on foot. Yeah, Harris said neutrally. Hilarious prank. We'll make sure they get a gold star. I went back to staring at the print at my feet. The only people who had ever worn boots like that in this place were dead. Officially, every body had been accounted for, either recovered or confirmed lost through remains and analysis. There were no survivors, no missing party member who had been wandering the ice for years, stomping a circle around the old camp for fun. If these were their boots, then someone had done something impossible. If they weren't, then something else was wearing the same pattern. The wind, which had been whispering steadily around us, dropped a notch. It was subtle. The hiss didn't disappear, but it thinned like someone had turned a dial down one click. My breath suddenly seemed louder in my helmet. The tiny metallic pings from the cooling snow machines carried clearer over the flat. For just a second, standing over that single row of footprints, I heard something under the sound of the three of us. It was faint, like audio bleeding through a wall. A layered crunch of boots on snow. Not 3 sets, many. Dozens overlapping slightly out of sync. The same cadence I had heard in my kitchen, in my head, in my dreams. It did not belong to the three of us. I could distinguish our own steps, the squeak of my weight, shift, the drag of Harris's knee, the tentative shuffles of Nate. This other sound threaded through them like an old recording playing softly under a live broadcast. Then Nate moved again, kicking a little spray of powder over the edge of one print, and the illusion broke. The wind resumed its usual blunt insistence. My hearing snapped back to normal. Harris straightened slowly, joints popping. Pictures, he said, professional again. GPS marker. Then we get the hell out of here. We did it by the book. Nate, grateful for something concrete to do, fumbled his glove off long enough to get his phone free from an inner pocket, fingers already reddening. He took photos from different angles, each click swallowed by the open space. Harris read coordinates into the radio for the record. His voice steady but clipped. I took one picture of my own hands, thick in gloves, trying not to fumble the device onto the ice. The screen showed the tread pattern clearly, the boot print sharp and undeniable against the smooth snow. I wanted to zoom in to study it, to tuck it away as some kind of proof. Instead, I shoved the phone back into my suit. We retraced our own short path back to the machines, careful not to step on the strange line. It felt like blasphemy somehow. Or maybe I just did not want whatever had made those prints and whatever made the sound in the silence to share tracks with mine. Engines coughed back to life reluctantly, one by one, chattering in the cold. The familiar vibrations through the handlebars and seat were a small relief. Noise meant normal. Movement meant escape. HQ, this is Field Team 1, Harris said over the comms as we turned the machines toward the camp. We've got some interesting surface features out here. Fresh-looking prints, no associated machine tracks, coordinates and photos to follow. Recommend flagging the area for limited access until you decide how much you want to pretend this is nothing. The superintendent's voice came back tinny and distant. Copy. Log everything. Do not overinterpret. We'll review. Overinterpret? Sure. We rode back into the white. The world around us flattened again into light and shadow, our headlights cutting tunnels through powder, our taillights blinking weak red against the vastness. For a while, the ride was uneventful in the most basic sense. Engines droned, wind pushed. My hands ached under layers from gripping the bars too tightly. The GPS beeped occasionally as we crossed invisible grid lines. Then, maybe halfway home, it happened. All three engines cut out in the same breath. There was no sputter, no warning. One moment the sleds roared. The next, nothing but the sudden, almost obscene quiet of machines gone dead at speed. The resistance under my hands vanished. The world contracted. We coasted on momentum, in a line the sound of the skis and treads, hissing to a stop, ridiculously small, in the open space. The wind itself seemed to pause like it had been turned off with the engines. For a heartbeat, maybe two, maybe three, the white world around us felt blank in a way that had nothing to do with snow. Not just empty, unused, like a page waiting for a new line to be drawn across it. In that suspended sliver of time, my mind flashed a picture of our machines becoming little black dots in a much longer pattern, part of some larger procession we could not see. Engines off, boots crunching, step, step, step. Then all three sleds growled back to life at once, as if someone had let go of them. The wind shoved at my chest again. The radios hissed. Glitch Nate said too fast. Has to be a save it for the maintenance log, Harris cut in, but his voice had the same raw edge mine did. We did not stop again until we were under the camp lights. Back in my bunk that night, the walls felt closer. The heater rattled in the corner. Someone down the hall snored thin through the foam and drywall. The building's constant layered noise pressed in from all sides, pipes, vents, the muffled thump of footsteps overhead. I lay on my back and stared at the underside of the bunk above, paint peeling in little curls. Coming back, I had told myself, might reset things. Put them back where they belonged out here in the past, on a strip of ice around a camp that no longer existed. I had imagined some neat emotional transfer, like moving boxes from one room to another and shutting the door. Instead, the opposite had happened. The drops were sharper here. The prints were fresher. The silence had more teeth. It felt less like I had revisited an old trauma and more like I had stepped directly into its path. An ugly thought uncoiled in my head, quiet and persistent. Whatever force had kept those poisoned men walking, whatever had driven them across the ice long after sense and mercy should have failed, that thing had not died when they did. It had just lost its original bodies. And now it was still out here walking lines through places it had no business being, looking for new ones. 7.1. bringing the line back again. Coming home the second time felt less like returning and more like smuggling something through customs. On paper, nothing had changed between the day I left for that short winter stint and the day I came back. Same airport, same overcrowded baggage carousel, same scuffed duffel bag lurching around the corner tagged with my name like it belonged to a person who knew how to sleep. Same ride-share driver who had opinions about traffic and local sports. The plane's wheels hit the runway with that familiar rubbery thud. Everyone did the same choreography they always do, phones out before the seatbelt sign dinged overhead. Bins popping open like teeth, people standing hunched under too low ceilings, eager to move 3 feet closer to the door. The cabin air was warm and stale recycled breath and spilled coffee. As we shuffled off, the engine drone faded into the background. The airport's soundscape took over rolling suitcases buzzing against tile babies, crying muffled announcements bouncing off high ceilings. Somewhere a bar TV shouted muted sports commentary. In the middle of all that, I did what I do now without thinking. I listened for the drop. It did not come. The noise stayed layered and messy, which for once was a relief. Outside, the air smelled wet and mild rain, having washed away whatever half-hearted snow my city had managed while I was gone. The sky was low and gray, more ceiling than atmosphere. I slid into the back of a black sedan with a rideshare sticker in the window. The car heater wheezed lukewarm air at my feet. The driver's music was barely audible, some generic playlist that sounded like every other generic playlist. We pulled onto the freeway tires, hissing on damp asphalt. The familiar ribbon of I-5 unspooled ahead, red taillights, white headlights, the distant glow of the city. Overhead signs flicked past green rectangles with white letters telling me what I already knew, my exit, my cross streets, my life. The driver talked. I made appropriate noises back. The whole time my eyes kept flicking to the shoulder, to the grassy embankments and concrete medians. Not because I expected to see a line of parkas out there that would have been too blatant. It was smaller than that. Dumber. I found myself scanning every patch of lingering slush for marks, lines, any pattern that looked too regular to be random tire spray. Nothing. Just dirty snow and ruts tire tracks, the occasional mess where somebody had braked too hard. At home, the Uber dropped me in the same spot it always did, right at the end of my short driveway. My townhouse looked exactly as it had when I left, beige siding. 2 front-facing windows, the crooked porch light I kept meaning to fix. The neighbor's recycling bin still tilted at a weird angle. The normalness of it should have been comforting. Instead, it made the place feel fragile, like a set for a play that might collapse if someone walked into a wall too hard. Inside the house greeted me with its usual small sounds. The heater kicked on as soon as the door shut behind me, warm air rushing through vents, the metal ductwork ticking as it expanded. The fridge in the kitchen hummed, then clunked softly as the compressor shifted stages. A neighbor's TV leaked through the shared wall, a laugh track rising and falling like waves. I set my bag down by the door boots, thudding on the mat, and stood there for a second, taking inventory. This was my territory. Walls, I had painted outlets, I had cursed at floors, I had spilled things on. But after weeks of white distance and impossible prints, the rooms felt small, smaller than I remembered. Not cozy small, terrarium small. Like I was the insect, and whatever I had brought back was the kid with the magnifying glass. Every hum, every whir, every faint noise from outside slotted into a list in my head. Fridge low, steady, slightly rough on the intake. Heater whoosh, then a softer breath. Upstairs, neighbor muffled footsteps, water in pipes. Freeway, a distant, constant hush, like someone shuffling stiff paper. I knew the soundscape of this house better than my own voice. I had to now. It was my only smoke alarm for something you couldn't see. I dumped laundry in the basket, took a too-long shower that smelled like cheap soap and chlorinated water, and ate something forgettable standing over the sink. Automatic movements, my body going through the motions, while my brain ran parallel footage. The fresh prints in old snow, the way all three engines had cut out together, the feeling of the world waiting like a blank page. Eventually, I ended up in front of the computer in the corner of the living room, the same place I always ended up when I pretended I was going to sort things out. It felt like time to admit what this was. Not to a doctor, not to my supervisor, to the kind of person who actually might listen, the faceless, half-joking audience of a horror channel. There's a particular shame in that, by the way, knowing that the most honest you can be is under the assumption that someone will take your truth as entertainment. I opened a blank document. The cursor blinked in the upper left corner. The tiny rhythmic disappearance was its own sound in my head. I typed the first line, "I am not using my real name, and I am not sending this to any kind of authority that can lock me up." Then I stopped and listened. Fridge hum check. Heater breath check. Distant freeway check. Upstairs pipes check. No drop. Not yet. I started writing. The words came in pieces out of order. I wrote about the line on the ice first, then about the pot, then about the article that tried to make sense of it. I wrote about the silence drops at home, the footsteps layered over it, the tracks in my yard that had no business being there, the call from Harris, the one-frame glitch I had erased in a panic. Thinking about the camera hurt in a specific way. I minimized the document and opened the security app. Front camera feed, empty porch, gray daylight, a stray leaf stuck to the corner of the lens. Backyard feed fence trash, can late winter mud. Nothing strange. No tall figure in Arctic gear. If there had been any other corrupted frames, they were gone with the old rotations. Cloud storage had long since overwritten them with mundane raccoons and delivery drivers. I pulled up the log anyway, scrolling through timestamps. Motion alerts. 2:13 a.m., raccoon, 11:51 a.m., male, 3:02 a.m., the night of the glitch. Seeing that time written there, tiny numbers in a neat column, made something in me twist. I remembered too clearly how the house had dropped out at that exact moment, how the alert had buzzed my nightstand right as the sound cut. The more I scrolled, the more my skin crawled. The timestamps did not just mark movement. They lined up too often with the moments I remembered the world doing that wrong thing. 1:17 a.m. night, I thought I heard boots in snow while standing in the kitchen. 4:09 a.m., the weird grocery store mute. 2:41 a.m., the smoke detector chirp that had felt like a starter pistol. I had told myself these were isolated incidents. Seeing them clustered there in neat rows flagged by a machine that did not care about my mental health made that lie harder to hold. I flipped back to the document and wrote, "If this was just in my head, I could live with that. But my cameras remember things my brain tried not to." As if on cue, the house decided to try something new. It started small. The desk lamp flickered a quick stutter that made the shadows jump on the wall. The monitor's backlight brightened slightly, then dimmed. Old wiring, I thought. Rain, the usual. Then everything blinked. The lamp went dark. The monitor went black. The heater stuttered into silence. The fridge died mid-hum. Even the faint buzz from the cheap power strip at my feet vanished. For half a second, maybe less, the house was a cutout silhouette stripped of its noise, its electronics, its hums. Just me, a chair, a desk, and a dark window. The quiet in that blink wasn't like an outage quiet. Outages have their own sounds, distant transformers popping, someone swearing in the next unit, the click of everything with a motor winding down. This was cleaner, coordinated, a flip instead of a fade. In that razor-thin slice of time, I swear I could hear my own pupils dilate. My pulse slammed so hard I felt it in my teeth. The air in my ears turned thick. Then the power came back. Lamplight, monitor glow, heater whoomp, fridge shudder. The PC tower's fan spun up with a little revving whine like it had been holding its breath too. I sat perfectly still, fingers frozen above the keyboard, watching the desktop icons reappear one by one. On the document, the cursor still blinked like nothing had happened. I added another line. Sometimes the world cuts the sound and shows me the track underneath for just a second. I think those seconds are getting longer. I saved the file. The small confirmation sound from the system felt absurdly fragile in my ears, and that is how it went for the rest of that night. 2 monitors in front of me, the blank page slowly filling with confession, and the dark glass of the window over my kitchen sink across the room showing me my own reflection looking back. I wrote a paragraph. I stopped, listened, checked the app, scroll cursor hum, repeat. Outside the freeway sighed. Inside the house breathed the way a body does when it is asleep, and something inside it is not. 7.2. The longest silence. I wish I could tell you I remember the exact time down to the minute. I do not. I just know it was after midnight, well past the hour when most people are either asleep or doing whatever they do instead of staring at their own fear in a text document. The snow outside had given up trying to be impressive. It clung to the edges of the yard in thin, dirty patches, like somebody had half-heartedly erased winter and gotten bored. The sidewalk was bare and wet. The street reflected the orange of the sodium lights in broken streaks. Inside, I only had one lamp on. It was the cheap floor lamp in the corner of the kitchen, throwing a cone of warm light over the table and the laptop sitting on it. Everything outside that circle slid into shadow. The fridge hulking in dimness. The stove just a darker rectangle. The doorway to the hall a vertical strip of black. The rest of the house might as well not have existed. It was just me, a table, and the light. The laptop's fan made a soft, constant hiss. The fridge hummed steadily, a low, vibrating sound I could feel in the chair legs against the floor. The heater cycled every few minutes, a click in the wall, a rush of air through the vent near the baseboard, then a slow quiet as it wound down again. Through the window over the sink, the distant rush of the freeway came in as a faint, continuous wash of sound. Every so often a car took the street in front of my place, tires hissing on wet pavement headlights, sweeping across the ceiling for a heartbeat. Somewhere upstairs above the shared wall, a neighbor moved around. A footstep, a muffled drawer, the soft roll of casters on a chair. Little domestic noises that meant other people existed. I was typing about the skull when it started. Specifically, I was trying to put words to that first moment when my brain understood what it was seeing in the pot. I wrote, at first, my brain filed it as just another pale, rounded object. Then the eye sockets came into focus, and I saw the teeth. And right when I hit the dash, something in my ears clicked. If you have ever driven up a mountain too fast and felt your inner ear lag behind, you know the feeling, a tiny interior shift, like something rubbery sliding into a new position. Except this time, there was no altitude change. Just me in my kitchen and the cursor blinking at the end of a sentence I suddenly did not want to finish. The fridge, without ramping down, stopped. No grinding, no sigh, no click. 1 second the hum was there, the next it was cut clean and brutal. The heater did not come back on for its usual cycle. The next expected click did not arrive. Outside the freeway, hush thinned and vanished. No cars hissed past my street. No upstairs footsteps. No neighbor TV leaking through the wall. Even the high mosquito whine of the laptop's power brick, that tiny noise you do not consciously hear until it stops, disappeared. For a moment, the only sound in the world was the plastic creak of my own fingers pressing down on the keys. And then that too got smothered. It was not that I stopped typing, I did, but the quiet had already grabbed me first. It felt like the room had filled with something thick, something heavier than air that soaked up sound before it could bounce. My ears rang a faint high note that I knew was not actually there. That ringing is just your brain panicking in the absence of input. The human auditory system hates a true vacuum. It will invent ghosts before it admits there is nothing. Normally, these drops were quick: 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, and the world resumed. This one did not let go. 5 seconds. 10. My breathing suddenly sounded too loud in my own head. I tried to slow it, to shallow it out the way you do when you are hiding, and you do not want the person looking for you to hear you. Each inhale felt like it was scraping against the inside of my throat. I held it, let it out in a slow, controlled stream, jaw clenched, to keep my teeth from chattering even though I was not cold. 15 seconds. 20. Silences are not supposed to have shapes, but this one did. It felt crowded. Not in the literal body space sense. No one had appeared in the doorway. The chairs around the table were still empty. The hallway was still just that strip of darkness. But something about the air changed. The room felt occupied in a way it had not a moment ago. The hair on my arms prickled. The skin between my shoulder blades tightened, that old animal instinct insisting something was behind me, even though logic reminded it walls were not hunting. I realized my hands had left the keyboard and were braced on either side of the laptop, fingers splayed, as if I needed to hold the machine in place. The cursor still blinked on the last half-written sentence. For the first time since I'd started this confession, the words on the screen did not feel like mine. Then the footsteps started. At first I thought it was just my heart punching against my ribs so hard it had started making up its own soundtrack. A dull thud, a rush of blood, the way it sometimes roars in your ears when you stand up too fast. But this was not inside me. It was faint, like a recording played from another room with the door mostly shut. A crunch. Pause, crunch, pause. The rhythm was unmistakable boots compressing, snow lifting, coming down again. I was in my kitchen, on laminate. There was no snow in my house. The sound did not come from above like a neighbor walking around. It did not come from below like pipes shifting. It did not even feel like it came from the window, the door, any single direction I could pin down. It was just in the room, around the room. Like the walls had been replaced with speakers and someone had turned up a track I could not turn off. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I have heard a lot of things walk on snow. Animals, people. Once in a different life, a line of drunk guys stumbling back from a bar in a ski town, stomping the stuff flat with all the grace of falling refrigerators. This was not that. The steps were clipped, measured. Even when they overlapped, there was discipline to them. A loose kind of order that put weight down with the grim efficiency of people for whom walking was no longer a choice but a condition. Another layer seeped in under the first. More boots. Many. Stacked on top of each other in time, each a fraction of a beat off from the next, so that together they made a rough, granular roar. The individual crunches blurred, became something like a low, rolling grind. If you have ever stood close to a long freight train in the snow and listened to the wheels, you know the tone. The procession from the ice, I thought. Crossing my tile floor like it was one more stretch of their route. The longest drop of noise I had ever experienced kept stretching no mercy like some defective piece of elastic that just would not snap back. My first impulse was to move to grab my phone, to hit record, to stand up and see if the footsteps matched anything visible. But my body overruled that with a more basic command: do not draw attention to yourself. I froze, muscles locked, heart banging against my ribs, so loud, I was sure whatever was making that sound could hear it. The only thing moving was my eyes flicking to the window, the doorway, the ceiling. The kitchen looked normal and wrong at the same time. The lamp still glowed over the table, casting the same warm circle. The laptop screen still showed black text on white. The window over the sink was dark, reflecting the lamp, and my own pale face, eyes too wide. In that reflection, I could see the empty space behind me, the hallway leading out. No figures, no line, no parka hoods. The sound of boots kept passing through anyway. They were not hurried. They were not stomping. Just a steady, relentless progression, as if a line of people was filing past some invisible point, each following the back of the person ahead. Eyes, vacant mouths, slightly open, breath crystallizing in air I could not see. Somewhere in that layered noise, the memory of the sled pulled itself up. I could almost hear it, the faint scrape of runners, the drag of weight across hard-packed snow. No metal clank, no plastic skid, just the heavy, slow pull of something that had stopped being human weight and become cargo. The kitchen did not have enough room for all that. The thought slid into my head and sat there cold. They are not in your kitchen. You are in their path. My vision tunneled. The lamp, the table, the laptop, all of it shrank to an island. The rest of the house, the street outside, my neighbors, the entire city, it all felt like it had been thinned like tissue paper laid over the original scene. And under that tissue, those boots kept moving. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Time got strange. I do not know how long it lasted. It felt like 30 seconds. It felt like an hour. Long enough that my lungs burned from the effort of holding my breath too long, letting it out too slowly, afraid even the sound of oxygen moving would be a kind of wave. At some point in that stretched out no time, I understood something that made everything worse. I was not hearing the present. Not exactly. I was listening to something that did not belong to this street, this weather, this decade. A sound from somewhere else some other night played back over my life like audio out of sync with video. It was like the silence had thinned the walls between then and now, just enough for the sound to leak through. The barest scrape of a tile chair leg behind me made me flinch so hard my teeth clicked together. It took a second for me to understand that I was the one who had moved it. Some survival part of me had shifted my weight, a tiny adjustment, in a body that could not hold perfectly still any longer. The chair's foot had dragged half an inch on the laminate, the dry sound sliced clean through the boot's layered crunch. And just like that, the world remembered itself. A car tore past on the freeway, tires roaring. Someone upstairs dropped something heavy and swore. The fridge lurched back into its hum with a thud, fan whirring. The heater clicked, then coughed warm air. The boots vanished mid-step. I sat there, hands welded to the edge of the table, pulse ricocheting around my body, ears full of ordinary sounds that suddenly did not feel ordinary at all. If this was a hallucination, I thought it was doing a very good job of using the same door as the real things. 7. 3. The line I am walking in. If the story ended with the footsteps cutting off and the house snapping back to normal, I could tell myself this was just my brain finally coming apart in a way that still left the dishes done and the bills paid. It did not end there. I sat at the table, hands welded to the edge of the laptop, listening to my heart try to punch its way out of my chest. The noises of the house rushed back in like they had been waiting outside the door. Fridge, hum heater breath, faint plumbing noises in the wall, a car ripping past on the freeway. For a couple of minutes, nothing else happened. I stared at the cursor, blinking halfway through a sentence about the pot and the skull, the little metronome of it taunting me. Every time it appeared, I thought about closing the document, shutting the laptop, and pretending I had never started this. Every time it vanished, I remembered that I had already come too far. I told myself that was the worst of it. A big one, a long drop. It will not do that again tonight. If you have ever dealt with anything predatory, you already know the truth. It usually hits one more time right when you think you have survived it. I do not know how much time passed. 10 minutes? 20? Long enough for my breathing to slow, for my hands to unlock from the table and find their way back to the keyboard. I started typing again, not about the skull now, but about the tracks at the old camp, the fresh tread pattern stamped into snow that should not have remembered anybody. I wrote, I think whatever kept them moving did not stop when their bodies did. It just started looking for new ground. As if the sentence itself were a switch, something inside my head flicked again. The second drop was worse because I knew it was coming and could not stop it. The fridge quit mid-cycle. The heater, which had just begun to rattle back on, died before it managed a full breath. The faint, constant hiss of the freeway flattened into nothing. Somewhere upstairs, someone's TV cut from muffled dialogue to dead air. The lamp stayed on this time. That almost made it worse. The light said everything was fine. My ears said the opposite. The silence poured in thicker than before, like whatever had been testing the seal around my life had finally found a way through and decided to see how much it could fill. My muscles tensed on their own. Every part of me locked down like I was bracing for impact. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips where they touched the laptop case, each beat a little shock against plastic. The footsteps came back in cleaner. No fumbling fade in this time. No doubt about what I was hearing. They were just there like someone had unmuted them. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. That same snowpack sound, the one you get when the temperature is low enough that each step shatters a layer of ice crystals instead of just compressing slush. Not on my floor, not in my neighborhood. In some other place that had left its acoustics embedded in the noise that was now missing. Another crunch slid in between the first two, then another, then another. Very quickly, it was not one set of boots. It was many. The room did not change visually. Nothing moved in the reflection of the lamp on the laptop screen. The bare countertop stayed bare. The hallway stayed an open mouth of dark. But the sound built up around me, multiple people walking in a loose-lined steps, almost, but not quite in sync. Some heavier, some lighter. One dragging their foot a little. All of it layered over the fact that I was alone in my house. My legs started to ache. Not fear cramp. Not the ping of adrenaline. A specific dull pain in the muscles along my shins and thighs and the joints of my knees. The exact ache you get after a long day hiking in cold, when your body has forgotten what it feels like to sit and still trusts that each step is just one more of thousands. It did not feel like something creeping in from the outside. It felt like my muscles were remembering a walk they had never taken. I realized I had straightened without meaning to. I was no longer hunched over the table. My spine stacked itself, shoulders falling back into a position that made more sense for someone standing in a line than for someone sitting in a chair. When I looked down, my feet were flat on the floor, planted like I was braced against wind that did not exist in this room. My fingertips loosened on the laptop. They floated a fraction of an inch above the keys, as if waiting for a signal to move in time with something else. For a second, just long enough for the thought to root, I had the nauseating impression that I was no longer sitting at my kitchen table in a rented townhouse off a freeway. I was standing in a line. Not physically, not actually, but in some other sense that mattered just as much. I could feel a presence at my back close enough that if I leaned, I would bump into them. Another in front of me exactly one body length ahead. The air between us full of unsaid things. None of us turning our heads. The urge to look behind me to whip my head around and prove the space was empty was almost unbearable. Every instinct screamed to check, as if seeing nothing would save me when seeing something would only finish what had already started. I did not turn. I looked at the window instead. The glass over the sink had gone black with night, the outside world reduced to a smear of reflected kitchen. The lamp behind me showed up as a pale circle. My head and shoulders floated in the middle of it, a gray shape with eyes and a mouth. Except for one stretched out moment, it was not just me. Behind my reflection in the dark glass, there were other shapes. Not clear, not crisp. Layers of silhouettes, faint as breath on a mirror, hoods, bulky shoulders, indistinct outlines of parkas stacked in loose formation. They filled the frame behind me, not quite touching, all facing the same direction. Their faces were wrong in the way low-res images are wrong. Details fuzzed, eyes too dark. The suggestion of hollows where cheeks should be. A paleness that was not skin tone, just the absence of anything else. The footsteps in my ears synced with their invisible feet. When I blinked, they did not vanish. The dim suggestion of their hoods and shoulders stayed put, as if the reflection had gotten stuck on a frame from somewhere else and was refusing to update. One of them stood closer than the others, just behind my left shoulder. In the glass, its hood turned a fraction the barest tilt. Enough that if there had been a face, it would have been looking at me in profile. Not challenging, not angry, just checking. Like someone in a long march glancing sideways to make sure the person next to them was keeping pace. My entire body went ice cold. The fridge kicked back on with a violent clunk. The heater roared to life like someone had opened a door in a pressurized plane. A car laid on its horn out on the freeway, a sudden ugly burst of sound. Upstairs, the neighbor's toilet flushed water rushing loud through the pipes in the wall. The reflection snapped back to normal, just me pale and wide-eyed in a square of yellow light. The footsteps stopped. Not faded. Stopped. I do not know how long I sat there before I moved. When I finally peeled my hands off the laptop, the keys had left faint impressions in my palms. My knees hurt like I had been standing for hours instead of sitting at a table. My shoulders throbbed, muscles tight, from holding myself in some posture no one had told me to take. The document was still open. The cursor blinked in the middle of the last sentence I had typed patiently, waiting for me to finish explaining something. I no longer knew how to explain. I checked my phone because that is what you do now when anything weird happens. No power blip logged by the utility app. No alert about outages in the area. The security cams showed nothing but static footage of an empty porch and a dark yard. No motion events. No corrupted frames. The timestamps marched along in perfect little digital intervals, as if the night had been perfectly ordinary. Everything looked normal in the places we have decided to trust. I am not sending this to anyone who can help me. I know that. If I forward this to a trooper, I will get a wellness check at best. If I show it to a doctor, it becomes a symptom. If I tell the company, it becomes a liability issue they will handle by reminding everyone to wear proper PPE and use the buddy system. So I am sending it to you. The official story is enough for them. Lead in the canned food. levels high enough to break brains from the inside to twist judgment, until walking into an Arctic wasteland with a sled full of your dead friends makes more sense than staying on a perfectly good ship stocked with supplies. Neurological impairment, paranoia, cognitive decline, survival cannibalism. There are words for all of that. Those words cover the bones and the pot and the trail on the ice. They do not cover the way my cameras caught a figure in Arctic gear on my porch in a city thousands of miles away. They do not cover the fresh prints at the old camp stamped into snow years after everyone who wore those boots was supposed to be accounted for. They do not cover the sound of footsteps moving through my kitchen when my floor is bare and my house is sealed and the world for just a few stretched out seconds has been turned to zero. They definitely do not cover the way my legs ache now in the middle of the night when there is no good reason. Like they are tired from walking miles I do not remember. Most nights the noises of my house behave like they always did. The fridge grinds, the heater coughs, the freeway sighs, I wash dishes. I pretend nothing is waiting in the gaps. Some nights something else happens. The world cuts its sound all at once like a hand closing around a mouth. The hum drops, the vents go still, the city outside turns into a muted photograph. I pause halfway through whatever sentence I am typing, or whatever dish I am rinsing, and I listen. Sometimes there is nothing in that gap except my own breathing and the phantom ring of a system that hates true silence. Sometimes, under all of that, I hear the faint crunch of boots on snow no one can see, and feel the slow, familiar ache build in my legs. If you are listening to this at night, pay attention the next time your world goes quiet all at once. If you hear footsteps in that gap, do not look for the line. Just hope you are not already walking in it.